Good morning, everyone. Oh, well, it doesn't work. There's our first, yeah. It doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, yeah, this doesn't work. It's not working. No, it's not. Oh. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'm Ann Morgan. I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. I would like to welcome you to this hybrid meeting of the board. We acknowledge that the land that we are on as we hold this meeting is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit and Métis people. The board also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty, signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. At this point, I'm going to ask if anyone has any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Seeing none, let me proceed. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Du Buchanan-Gisser, who will go over the meeting's logistics.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who has joined us in person, as well as those who have called into this meeting. Please note this meeting is also being live streamed on the Toronto Police YouTube account and will be available there at the conclusion of the meeting. Joining us in person, we have Chair Ann Morgan, Vice Chair Lisa Kostakis, Member Nick Migliori, Member Chris Brillinger, Deputy Mayor Amber Morley, and Councillor Sherry Carroll. And joining us virtually is Councillor Lily Cheng. We also have members of our board office staff, Chief Demke, his command team, members of the service, and of course, members of the public. We have individuals who have registered to make deputations, both in person as well as virtually, on our agenda items. As per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do a deputation, those who have registered will be called upon and brought into the meeting. As always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them questions. The board will take a break for lunch at noon, including an educational session, and it will resume at 1:15 p.m. Chair, before I turn the meeting back over to you, I would like to take a moment to welcome our newest member of the board staff, Diana Tsui. In her role as part of the board's strategic analysis and evaluation team, Diana will lead independent research and analysis and outcome evaluations to inform board policy, strategy, and governance frameworks. Diana has extensive experience working in municipal and provincial government, not-for-profit organizations, and the academic research sector in policy development, analysis, and evaluation. Before joining the board, she spent 5 years working at the City of Toronto across many divisions. All of her roles centered on using evidence-driven and equity-centered approaches to develop policies and evaluate services to ensure they meet emerging community needs, which will translate well into the policing context. Diana holds a Master of Public Policy degree from the University of Toronto, as well as a Master of Arts degree in Social Legal Studies, Graduate Diploma in Justice System Administration, and Bachelor of Arts in Law and Society from York University. Chair.
Welcome, Diana. And before we begin today's meeting, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of Mr. Louis March on July 20th. Mr. March was a founder of the Zero Gun Violence movement. He was a dedicated community leader and advocate, and his presence will be deeply missed by many. At this time, I'd like to turn over the meeting to my colleague, Danielle Dowdy, who worked and was a friend of Mr. March, and she will share some of his extraordinary life and contributions.
Thank you, Chair Morgan. It is a sincere honor to be able to pay tribute to community advocate, brother, and elder Louis March on behalf of the board. Louis was known within Black communities and beyond for his advocacy work, most notably for the decades he spent at the African Canadian Heritage Association, and recently as the founder of the Zero Gun Violence Movement, a grassroots umbrella organization dedicated to the elimination of gun violence from all communities in Toronto. Louis was also a friend to the board and service. When I first began my career at the Toronto Police in 2006, one of the very first meetings I attended was a meeting requested by the Coalition of African Canadian Organizations with then Chief Blair and his command team to discuss the ravages of gun violence in the city. Louis was there, leading that discussion alongside other community stalwarts. Louis was Afrocentric in his beliefs and practices, which could always be seen in his collaborative approach. Working together as a collective is what he believed was the only true pathway towards safer communities. This could be seen in his fervent support of the board's relationship with the Somali mothers who work towards safer communities through the Mending a Crack in the Sky initiative. Louis could be and was often called upon for advice, counsel, partnership, where he would openly and unapologetically share his views on what needed to be done to address gun violence. He held us accountable, often reminding us that gun violence-free communities already existed in Rosedale and High Park, so why couldn't the same be said for Rexdale and Regent Park? He regularly shared that many of the youth he worked with would state it's easier to find a gun than a job. And ever the optimist, he constantly reminded us that there's no unity without community. Louis leaves behind an incredible legacy that is firmly rooted in love, hope, and a sincere belief that everyone is entitled to live in safety. His impact on countless families, mothers, young people, victims of and perpetrators of violence is immeasurable. We will honor his legacy by continuing the work towards zero gun violence for all. On behalf of the board, we send our sincerest condolences to his family and to all who worked and loved him. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle, for those really poignant remarks. And now I'd like to turn it over to Chief Demkew. I understand you'd like to make some remarks, Chief.
Yes. Good morning, Chair, Board, and members of the public. I would like to acknowledge the recent passing of prominent community leader and anti-gun advocate Louis March. Through his zero gun violence movement, Louis touched the lives of many young people and worked tirelessly to unite community partners, including the police, with the goal of eradicating gun violence in our city. As a police leader, I deeply valued my relationship with Louis, which extended over many years. He was upfront, never hesitated to provide his viewpoint to help our community and guide our work as a police service. He helped in the development of our gun and gang strategy framework and helped us to focus on a multi-sectoral response with a public health lens in our efforts to eradicate gun violence. He worked hard to bring many stakeholders together, and he will be sorely missed by many. I personally, and on behalf of the Toronto Police Service, extend my deepest condolences to his family and to the many people who he impacted through his advocacy and commitment to our city. I now ask, Chair, if we could take a moment of silence in honor of Louis March. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief. I would like now to take this opportunity to make some comments about a recent change in the board membership. I want to begin by saying a fond farewell to Nadine Spencer, who recently left our board. She joined in April 2023, bringing her unique and invaluable perspective as a seasoned entrepreneur. She founded multiple business, volunteered a number of charitable organization, corporate and not-for-profit boards, and empowering women to achieve prosperity through education and entrepreneurship. Ms. Spencer brought her balanced, perceptive, and collaborative approach to the work of the board, applying her community-building approach to her governance role. She focused on issues of racial bias, systemic discrimination, equity and inclusion, and also served as the board's co-chair of its anti-racism advisory panel. As co-chair of ARAP, Ms. Spencer was both bold and balanced, centering the experience of her community in the decision-making process, always working alongside the service and alongside members of Toronto's communities to ensure that policing services met the community's expectations. Board staff recall that from the very start of her term, Ms. Spencer always treated everyone with sincere respect and graciousness, someone willing to learn and listen. She will be very missed by our office. I would also like to welcome our newest council appointment, Chris Brillinger. Mr. Brillinger worked for the City of Toronto for 31 years, including 9 years as Executive Director of Social Development, Finance, and Administration. He's been instrumental in much of the work of the City of Toronto to create safer, more caring communities, including our youth equity strategy, poverty reduction strategy, and strong neighborhood strategy. Mr. Brillinger is currently the Executive Director of Family Services Toronto, where he leads Family Services Toronto in their work with individuals, families, and communities that have been destabilized by precarious mental health and socioeconomic circumstances to achieve greater resilience, stability, and equity. Today, we will publicly affirm Mr. Brillinger ceremonially. It should be noted, just for the record, that Mr. Brillinger has already been legally affirmed on July 11th, 2024, in order for him to be able to take his seat now and take on his duties following his council appointment. I would like to turn to Diana Akeem, the board administrator, to affirm Chris Brillinger as the newest member of the Toronto Police Services Board.
Okay. For the oath of office, I solemnly affirm that I will uphold the Constitution of Canada.
I solemnly affirm that I will uphold the Constitution of Canada,
Which recognizes and affirms Aboriginal and treaty rights of Indigenous peoples.
which recognizes and affirms Aboriginal and treaty rights of Indigenous peoples.
And that I will, to the best of my ability, discharge my duties as a member of Toronto Police Service Board.
And that I will, to the best of my ability, discharge my duties as a member of Toronto Police Service Board.
Faithfully, impartially, and according to the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 and any other act and any regulation, rule, or bylaw.
Faithfully, impartially, and according to the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 and any other act and any regulation, rule, or bylaw.
Thank you. And the oath of secrecy. I solemnly affirm that I will not disclose any information obtained by me
I solemnly affirm that I will not disclose any information obtained by me
in the course of my duties as a member of the Toronto Police Service Board,
in the course of my duties as a member of the Toronto Police Service Board,
except as I may be authorized or required by law.
except as I may be authorized or required to by law.
Thank you so much. And if you affirm, you can please sign both copies. Thank you. I will sign. Thank you and welcome to the board.
Thank you.
Welcome. Would you
Thank
like
you,
go ahead, please? I was going to ask you if you wanted to say a few words.
Just
Welcome.
a few. I come to this table with great humility and respect for the work of the Toronto Police Service. My life's work has been about addressing inequity, supporting the most vulnerable amongst us, and building stronger communities. I oversaw the development of the Focus program with Deputy Slowly, so I know what can be accomplished when we work together. I look forward to learning how I can best support the service to achieve what I believe should be our priorities, namely, to be better connected to community, to be fully representative of all Toronto, and to be seen and understood to be accountable for all that we do. I have great respect for the board. I've only seen one agenda package, and the work that this board does is incredible. So I am again humbled to be joining such an incredible group of civic representatives. Thank you.
Do the rest of the hazing after lunch.
Thank you. Moving on, today is quite a a loaded agenda, so bear with me. I'm going to try to organize it as best as I can. But I'm going to start going through a couple of housekeeping matters. First, I'd like to move the following motion. Given the large number of deputations today, I would like that the board direct that the time allocated for each deputation be reduced from 5 minutes to 3 minutes in accordance with section 17.4 of the board's procedural bylaw. So I move that motion. Seconder by Vice Chair Kostakis. All in favor? Thank you. Secondly, I would like to move a second motion, number 2 on the confidential matter agenda, previously determined to be confidential, on further discussion as it relates to section 44.6 of the CSPA. We'd like to add that to the public agenda, and it's a timed item around 2 o'clock. It'll be a presentation. So I move that motion. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Carroll, all in favor? Thank you. So we will deal with that item at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I now plan to run through the agenda first one time. There are some things I think we can deal with quickly. Number 1 is confirmation of the minutes from the regular public meeting held June 24th, 2024. May I have a motion to approve? Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Member Migliori. All in favor? Item number 2. We do, it's the updated Toronto Police Service Organizational Chart 2024. We do have a written deputation, thank you, from Ms. Corrado, but in the interim, Mr. Brillinger, I believe that you have a motion.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I move that the board defer consideration of the report until the service has had the opportunity to complete the analysis of the impact of the change in organizational chart.
Thank you, Mr. Brillinger. I'll second that motion. All in favor? So that will be deferred to the next board meeting? Yeah, all right. Thank you. The next item is item number 3. There are a large number of deputations. We will hold that matter down. Item number 4 is the contract award to the Shoe Network. There was some materials supporting from Chief Demke. May I have a motion to approve? Got to wear shoes. So motions approved by Deputy Mayor Morley. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Member Migliori. All in favor? Seeing no one opposed. Moving on to item number 5. This is a contract award to the Canada Ticketing. It supplies the electronic parking ticket, the paper rolls, so when you get a ticket on your car. May I have a motion to approve? Councillor Carroll, seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley. All in favor? Seeing no one opposed. Item number 6 is a request from funds. It's a report authored by Dr. Cannon Gisser, the Toronto Police Service Cricket Club. So it was a request from funds. The materials are in there. May I have a motion to approve, please? Mr. Brillinger, and seconded by Nick Migliori. All in favor? Thank you. Number 7 is a report to receive. It's the Toronto Police Services Board Special Fund. It's the annual specified procedures report ending December 31st, 2023. Can I have a motion to receive? Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by, thank you, Nick Migliori. All in favor? Number 7 has been received. Number 8 is the 2023 audit. It's the financial controls of the Chiefs Golf Tournament. And thank you again, Chief, for that tournament. It was a really successful fundraiser. May I have a motion to receive that report? Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. All in favor? Thank you. Item number 9, we do have 2 deputations, 1 in person, so we'll hold that matter down. Thank you. Item number 10 as well, hold that matter down. There is a deputation. Item number 11, there is a virtual deputation, so we'll hold that matter down. Item number 12.
Sorry, Madam Chair, could you just say the names of the items? Because I'm having trouble with my diligent, so I had a couple of holds down there, but I don't have the numbers of them memorized.
Where did I know diligent, it's quite problematic right now.
Yeah,
I can go back.
11 and 12, I have some questions on, if we could hold those items, yeah.
Okay, all right. They were both held as well, so thank you. So
okay,
now we're
thank
at number 13. Also, that is a response for the jury recommendations into Douglas Correa's death, and there are deputations, so we will hold that down. Item number 14 is a report from Chief Demkew. It is, again, jury recommendations as it related to the coroner's inquest into the death of Gladys Ryan and her husband, William Ryan. Is there any questions on that? Otherwise, we do have a written deputation. It appears no questions. So item number 14, there was a written deputation from Nicole Corrado, again, thanking her for the thought that she's put into her comments. May I have a motion to approve this report? Thank you, Member Migliori, and seconded. Thank you, Mr. Brillinger. All in favor? Seeing none, item number 14 is approved. Item number 15 is City Council decision extending the mandate of the city's chief information security officer. There is a deputation on that. We'll hold that down. Item number 16 is a City Council decision, a report as it relates to the Infrastructure and Environmental Committee, item 13.1. Held that down. We have 3 people here in person. Okay. Item number 17 as well. There are deputations, and they relate to 17.1 through 17.4. There's 2 folks who want to depute on that, so we'll hold that matter down. Okay. Item number 18 is establishing the board's Human Resources Committee. Understand, Councillor Carroll, as it relates to that, you had a motion.
Sorry, I'm still having problems with my
Sorry.
toolbar. Sorry, which item are you on?
18, so we just dealt with the, essentially the chief's administration.
Yes.
So you wanted to reorder it, so maybe you could speak
Yes.
to it.
I'm wondering if I could move a motion to move that to the top of the agenda so that, you know, we can put it in place and thereby, if for any reason we want to refer something to it, we're able to do that in this agenda. Yeah.
Anybody second it? Deputy Mayor Morley, all in favor? So where would you like it? Because now we're going back
To the top of the agenda. Just
All right,
move it
so-
as a motion at the top of the agenda.
Okay, so the first one, but we will hear from the chief's monthly update, and then you would like to,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
if that's, okay.
perfect.
Thank you, Chief. So, we will return to item number 18 after we hear the chief's monthly update. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chair. You're going to hear from the command on a number of topics today, and I'm going to begin with the hiring plan and new recruits. As we committed to, the service is working on a multi-year hiring plan to bring long-term stability to the service and to our capacity to respond when Torontonians need us most. As of today, our response time to Priority 1 calls is 17.5 minutes on average. This is in part due to the fact that we have been able to continue to hire new recruits and to ensure we are able to keep our frontline staffed to respond to our city's increasing amount of emergency calls for service. We were able to graduate 2 classes of police constables this past year, which have allowed us to strategically deploy to the front line and also build our supervisory capacity. I'm pleased to show you an example of some of the incredible work done by one of our newer recruits. Please watch a recreation of what happened when one of our officers responded to a carjacking just 4 months into his policing career after a woman was threatened with a knife to hand over her car keys.
Came over originally as what sounded like a carjacking. Female victim had just had her car keys and cash taken from her at knife point. So we already had a unit responding into the parking garage, and when they arrived, the male was still on scene, rummaging through the car. When they went to approach, the male took off on foot. The foot pursuit ensued from there. As I was responding to the call, I noticed the foot pursuit go right by me. I spun my vehicle around and caught up to the pursuit. I exited my vehicle and assisted the officer chasing the male into the back of the house. We forced him out through the back of the house and into the front when we were able to catch up to him and successfully make the arrest. Probably all happened within a span of minutes. It feels like longer. It felt as though all of us kind of came together as a platoon and worked together as a team in order to get the arrest done. And I wouldn't have been able to do it, and I think my teammates would agree that they wouldn't have been able to do it without the help of everybody on our team.
Officer Blaney joined our team and was immediately a fantastic asset from the start. He definitely is a go-getter and was willing to jump right in. We work and spend a lot of time together, have to trust each other in really difficult situations.
When I learned about Officer Blaney's arrest, you know, there's a sense of being proud. Any call that involves a person with a knife, it's a very scary moment, right? And he handled it professionally, and he handled it with the proper amount of force, and that's all we can really ask for, right?
So the relationship between a rookie officer and a coach officer is very important. They bring a wealth of experience under their belts, and they want to be able to share that with you, and so that you can learn from their experiences and handle calls in the most effective way possible. We get exposure to all different types of calls. Everybody on my platoon has made me feel more than welcome. I have great camaraderie with my platoon mates, so it feels really good to be part of a service that works together as a team to keep our community safe.
The person arrested by our newer officer is now facing robbery charges. Earlier this week, I was pleased to join the Premier of Ontario and the Solicitor General of Ontario as the province announced a joint air support model that will benefit Toronto residents. The model involves the Toronto Police partnering with the Ontario Provincial Police, who will provide helicopter support to police operations across the city. Equipped with the latest technology, the helicopters will help keep Toronto safe from violent carjackings, auto theft, street racing, and impaired driving, and will also assist with missing persons and other police operations at no cost to the city. In addition to this new air support, the Toronto Police Service has expanded the capacity of our hold-up squad to assist them in their mandate of carjacking investigations. Like other jurisdictions, we have continued to see an increase in violent home invasions and carjackings. To address this issue, we have a centralized unit investigating these occurrences citywide. We are working with our police partners from the Greater Toronto Area to share intelligence and to disrupt the organized crime networks that are behind these crimes, which threaten the safety and well-being of our community. Over the last year, Toronto has experienced a 23% decrease in auto thefts. And while our service has worked hard on investigations and recovered thousands of stolen vehicles, auto theft requires action and collaboration across all levels of government, private industries, including insurance companies, vehicle manufacturers, port authorities, and shipping companies, to help disrupt the criminal entities who are behind these occurrences. To that end, I want to thank Deputy Johnson for visiting the Port of Montreal with the Solicitor General and police leaders to witness firsthand efforts to disrupt the flow of vehicles from Canada to the international criminal market. The scope and scale of this criminality yet again demonstrates the unique nature of policing Toronto and the reach criminal activity originating in our city has well beyond our borders. I now want to touch on our gun violence strategy. We are taking a whole-of-service approach, including strategic deployment of resources. Of note, shooting events in Toronto have increased by 58% compared to last year. I will note that most of these shootings are firearm discharges where no injuries have been reported. However, there have been 28 shooting deaths so far in 2024, compared to 16 last year, and we know that communities across Toronto are deeply impacted by any and all gun violence in their neighborhoods, and we are committed to doing everything we can to keep our city safe. To this end, so far in 2024, the Toronto Police Service has seized 412 crime guns, made 578 arrests, and laid a total of 2,590 firearms-related charges, and we remain focused on investigations and bringing those responsible to justice. One notable arrest took place in late June when a 14-year-old was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder and 7 counts of attempted murder. It is very troubling when a young person makes the decision to pick up a firearm and pull the trigger. In fact, since last year, youth firearms arrests are up 75%. As of the same time last year, we had arrested 65 youth for firearm offenses. So far this year, we have already arrested 114 youths. While we continue to work to get guns off the street, police, social agencies, school boards, NGOs, and all levels of government must work together to intervene long before a young person makes the decision to get involved in criminal activity. A multidisciplinary approach with a public health lens is at the core of our work with our partners to address gun violence. On that front, our Gang Prevention Task Force, part of our Engage 416 initiative and gang exit program, continues to work with youth, community members, and to leverage local agencies to help prevent and suppress gun violence and gang activity. I also want to update you on hate crime arrests. Since October 7th, we have attended 1,556 suspected hate crime calls for service, an average of 156 calls a month. In June, we attended 171 hate crime calls. In July, we saw an over 30% decrease with 113 calls as of July 27th. While this decrease is welcome, I do want to acknowledge that just this past week, we have been reminded about the terrible impact these occurrences can have on our communities. I want to reassure our communities again that Toronto Police fully investigates every reported incident in an effort to hold those responsible accountable. There have been 130 arrests and 314 hate crime occurrence-related charges since October 7th. Investigations continue on reported occurrences, and communities will continue to see our visible uniform presence. Anti-Semitism continues to account for more reported hate crimes than any other category. Of the 273 hate crimes so far in 2024, 45% were anti-Semitic. The most common charges laid are mischief, assault, and uttering threats. Forgive me, the most common charges are mischief, assault, and uttering threats. Hate crime occurrences are up 55% over the same period last year. I would now like to turn the mic over to Deputy Johnson.
Thank you, Chief. I want to begin by reiterating that we know there are community concerns over recent incidences of mischief at places of worship and Jewish schools. I want to clarify that yesterday we responded to a fire at Leo Bayek Day School. The fire originated in an exterior storage shed, which was being used by an underhoused individual for shelter. The fire and heat resulted in damage to the shed and also a window of the school. The hate crime unit has been consulted, and there is no evidence at this time to suggest that this incident was motivated by hate. This is an ongoing investigation, and we'll update residents as soon as we can. I am pleased to share that yesterday the service released all hate crime data from 2018 to 2023. This was done on our public safety data portal. The data, extracted from the service's annual hate crime statistical report, represents verified hate crimes as determined by the hate crime unit. The data is provided on a new dedicated hate crime dashboard and as a downloadable open data set to ensure easy access and visibility. While the data is currently released annually, the service aims to increase the frequency of updates on the data portal. In doing so, we are promoting transparency in hate crime data and trends to ensure we work collaboratively and promote honest conversations about what strategies are needed to keep our communities safe. Prior to launching the hate crime dashboard, we met with various community consultative committees representing diverse groups across the city to get their feedback and to ensure the data being provided is what the community is seeking. Underreporting of hate crimes continues to be a challenge, and in addition to the dashboard, we have initiated a hate crime video series, a hate-motivated graffiti intake form, and a hate crime awareness campaign in collaboration with Crime Stoppers, all in an effort to increase awareness about hate crimes and encourage reporting to police. I would now like to turn the mic over to Deputy Pogue with further updates.
Thank you, Deputy Johnson. I'm pleased to share that tomorrow we are launching an innovative, community-informed pilot program that elevates the service's approach to community safety by enhancing officer visibility. Communities most affected by gun violence have repeatedly indicated they support seeing a stronger police presence in their neighborhoods. We are pleased to announce that Project Magnify will operate in 14, 31, and 43 divisions, as well as our PSRT, Public Safety Response Team. The project will see officers wearing lights on their uniforms for increased visibility to the public. Our marked police vehicles will also have a feature available to officers, which allow them to activate static red and static blue lights on the rooftop light bar to increase visibility. Let me show you a short video to explain Project Magnify.
So we held many town halls in the fall of 2023, and the community said loud and clear that they loved the presence of police officers. So one of the ideas that came up was, how do we enhance that presence? in areas which have been traditionally victimized and traumatized by gun violence.
Project Magnify is all about increasing our visibility in our communities and magnifying our presence. We're doing this through the alternate use of our light bars on our scout cars, as well as through our Guardian Angel lights.
With these officers having these flashing lights on their chests and going around the community and walking through, it shows that they want to make us be safe. Getting to see your community officers daily and getting to know them, it's a great thing. It's not like when I was a young man, like yes, we used to know like a couple officers here and there, but now you get to know all the officers because they will all come up to you and have a conversation.
So from the community aspect, from what I'm hearing, they love it. They love to see us here. I was just talking to a community member who was saying the only time they used to know we were here was by listening to our radios. They can hear our radios from a distance.
Our communities want us to be present. Our police officers want to be present in our communities and displaying the alternate use of lights in these ways. Our communities will feel a sense of safety and security that they are longing for.
So this enhanced visibility and presence serves as a deterrent to criminal activity and ensuring that our communities can fully enjoy their surroundings and public spaces without the fear of harm or other criminal activity. The lights will also contribute to officer safety, making our members more visible to motorists, to pedestrians, and to other officers. Project Magnify will be a 3-month pilot project, and at that time, members and community feedback will be assessed to determine whether this high visibility initiative will be rolled out service-wide. So I will now turn it over to Chief Information Officer Colin Stairs for further updates.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Deputy. I'd like to update you on the successful completion of Phase 1 of the NG911 project. Earlier this month, we moved to a completely new software to manage our call taking and dispatch. And that means that the biggest and busiest communication center in Canada is ready to move from analog to digital networks. We receive more than 2 million calls a year, and now we're going to be able to use computers to aid in the receiving of those calls, sometimes called soft phones. NG911 will enhance NG911 services with new and modern features over time, and I'm very proud of the professionalism and teamwork of all involved. From a public perspective, there are no changes to 911 calls right away, but this infrastructure improvement has opened new pathways to innovation with call processing and wait times and the ability to respond to calls faster. So the next milestone will be in late November as we actually make the switch from the analog to the digital networks. In addition, I have an update on the connected officers. The connected officer is the provisioning of cell phones to our frontline officers. And we're using service smartphones to support parking enforcement officers in responding to more than 200,000 annual calls for service and 1.5 million interactions with the dispatcher's desk. We've provided parking enforcement officers with connected phones to help them do their jobs more efficiently and independently. And I have a short video that will explain.
The Connected Officer program is really about leveraging existing mobile technology to enable and empower our members to respond to community calls for service in an effective way, while hopefully reducing the amount of workload for our communications operators. The public will be able to benefit from this by us reducing our response times, but also increasing our interaction with them. No longer will they be waiting for us to show up. We're contacting them, letting them know where we're going to meet them, what information that they need to bring with them, and how long we'll be.
So the Connected Officer program, it's a complete game changer in parking enforcement. It helps us communicate with the clients and customers on the road, and it also helps us do our job a lot faster.
We've been able to connect with our complainants in real time, giving them our estimated time of arrivals. The feedback from the community has been exceptional in that area.
Our ability to leverage technology, it grows each year, and this connected device really is an amazing opportunity to support communications, to support the people that are calling and the officers.
And the feedback from the communications operators has been exceptional. They wholeheartedly understand and appreciate the efforts that this program is making to make their job a little bit easier.
It really increases our efficiency and how we deal with the dispatchers, and I think it should be in the hands of every parking enforcement officer.
So by empowering the PEOs with access to real-time information, they can now verify vehicle ownership, check for stolen vehicles, handle relocations, and contact the complainants without burdening the dispatcher. Integrating these connected devices streamlines interactions and also reduces the volume of calls. Also working to reduce the volume of calls, I'm pleased to report that the online parking complaint form is showing great results with respect to call diversion. Parking complaints make up 20% of our non-emergency line calls. As a consequence of better design and better technology, the online reporting tool is now easier to use, and so therefore Torontonians are using it more frequently. The use of online parking enforcement reports have gone from 44 to 61%, and parking-related non-emergency calls have declined by 26% since July 2023. I'll now turn it back to the Chief for his closing remarks.
Thank you, Colin. Before I conclude, I would like to thank you, Chair Morgan, and board staff for joining us last Thursday as we hosted our annual Caribbean Carnival kickoff celebration at the Eastview Community Center in Kempton Park. This year's theme was, "It Takes a Village to Raise a Child." The service, in partnership with community members and various organizations, have been participating in this event since 1991. I want to thank Lorette Jack and the staff at Eastview Community Center for their collaboration with this event, and Rick Gosling from the Children's Breakfast Club, who started this initiative to help us build relationships between the Caribbean communities and the Toronto Police Service. I also want to thank all the dignitaries, service members, and community members in attendance, and most importantly, the children who made the event so very special. This concludes the Command's monthly update. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief, and the command team for all those wonderful updates. Steve, you look good on camera. And I'm glad there wasn't a video because of the Caravana kickoff at Eastview Community Center, because I was worried that perhaps it would captured me dancing. It's Deputy Johnson who has all the moves. So, all right. So thank you, Chief. So moving back now, Councillor Carroll, we've reorganized the agenda, and you wanted, I believe, to bring a motion. Is that correct?
I wonder if I could just ask a question, though, about the report that we just got before I do that.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, just a question of Mr. Sayers on that. It seems like we got a wealth of PO data now, and you're also tracking the calls. I'm wondering if it's possible to sort that by area.
Yes, it certainly would be.
I think we should probably look at that. Towards the end of the year, the city is bringing a report on possible parking changes to the suburbs. I think it's important that we look at what would the impacts be. I think that's information that could help us make that decision.
So that data is part of the open data set that we publish, so it's already online and available.
Well, that would require me to know how to read open data.
Indeed.
I know there are lots of nerds in town who can, but I am not one of them.
and Councillor, you have the special privilege of being able to ask me to give you a report, which I will gladly render.
Yeah. We should chat later in the year then. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, Madam Chair, I have moved up putting it up, but I think the motion is Councillor Morley's.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Chair, through you, we did submit a motion to staff if they're able to display it for folks' benefit. And this is just part of ongoing discussions with respect to establishing an HR committee of the board for various pieces of work that we were responsible for, but looking to have a smaller team of us who are able to tackle some of that work in support of the board and have some items delegated there. Certainly, as we continue to look and navigate multi-year staffing plans and things of that nature, I think it would be helpful to have that insight. So the motion before you is to appoint, with respect to the establishing the board's Human Resources Committee. It is under your name, Shelley, but it's supposed to be under mine.
I see.
Sorry, staff. Well, Shelley's going to move it. I'll second. Yeah? Okay, perfect. I think between the two of us, we are happy to tag team on this one. And again, just looking to appoint the chair or a delegate, as well as Member Brillinger and Member Carroll to the HR committee.
I wonder before we get a seconder, I could just ask you, Deputy Mayor. So I take it this committee is similar to the ARAP or the MHAP. They are advisory bodies to the board. And any recommendations, suggestions would be brought to the board
Absolutely.
for further discussion. Okay.
Ultimately, it would all become board decisions, but it just sort of helps to have a small team of us who are hyper-focused on this area.
All right. So sorry for interrupting. Was there any more questions?
Well, I think we need to second it, and then we
Yeah.
can have discussion.
Yeah. All right. It was Councillor Carroll.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank
Can I
you.
speak to the motion? I didn't
like
realize we
to
had
as well.
ended up with my name on the top of it.
Yeah. That's why.
Oh.
Thank you. Go ahead. You
Oh,
second
okay.
and.
Yeah, it was a group discussion that arrived there, so I thought it was going to have the deputy mayor's name on it, but it has mine. But I will say this, that I spoke strongly about it. My vision for this is that by making it an advisory that's there, it has members and it's ready to go, that we use it in the model that is always recommended at the Institute of Corporate Directors at the Rotman School. It was one of the biggest aha moments for me when I went through the ICD, is the discipline that you get, the things that you need to do, having a real performance evaluation schedule, making sure that you go through those steps and you're not rushing them because someone's doing them throughout the year, both on those that we're responsible for on the service side, our own responsibilities with respect to our own staff at the board, that by having a standing committee, there's a place for it to go and a subgroup that will make sure that we stay on track with those things. And in so doing, you also end up having the kind of helpful discussions that you should be having month after month after month about people planning and succession planning, such that, touch wood, but if something happened and you had to deal with a sudden exit in the C-suite, you've been talking about what your criteria are for a succession plan all along. Checking in with the chief on whether or not he has his own sort of people plan, succession plan ideas. You've been doing it all along, so that when it comes time that you have to do something, you have some folks who've been hearing that throughout the year, and you can act quickly. It's just sort of a best practice model that comes out of ICD, and if something works well in the private sector, why not use it in the public sector? So I hope that it serves the board well to have this.
Yeah, I believe Vice Chair Kostakis has a question.
I have a discussion and comments. So I just want to start by saying that I'd just like to caution that we already have what you discussed in place. This board is not a huge board. I'm not necessarily convinced that we require an HR committee, as there are only 7 people on this board. And with the complement of this committee, you're just shy of 1 person. We're looking at, quorum on this committee. And we have to also, with the report that was presented, there are concerns of wording of approval in various sections of the report where this committee does not approve, the board approves. There is an infrastructure and actually a practice, a best practice of exactly what you're talking about. There's no disagreement that this is a best practice, and that does exist, and that we are provided with the information that we ask. I'd also just like to caution any form of operational to governance boundaries with some of the way that the report was written and the content of the information that is being requested or monitored, and not to create just yet another level in a process that does exist and is being practiced on such a board that at the end of the day, everything that I've read in this board, apart from the ones that border on operational, to be perfectly honest, we do receive that information when it's requested, and that it is in play, and I just don't want to create another avenue where it could delay any form of efficiencies from an HR perspective with the HR pieces that the board governs as opposed to the operational that the chief is responsible for or other members of the service. So I think we really need to look at the content of the report and review it and revisit it.
I'm sorry,
sorry.
What report are we talking about?
I received, it was HR document, item 18, the item that we're speaking on. And I refer, that's okay, yeah, absolutely, no problem. So, and I can refer to, even in the summary, which is page 2, and under items, like D, and I'm just looking at where we need to be careful and cautious on overlapping. Oversight is oversight, but approving is approving. Advisory is advisory. And I believe that the board, and being on for 4 years, it actually is operating as you're discussing. It isn't a new concept. The infrastructure is in place, and I just didn't think we needed to create yet another level in this issue. Now the board will vote what it'll vote, so I just wanted to put that out there and make my comments. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Mr. Brillinger.
Thank you, Chair. I read the report or understand the report and recommendation to add to the governance function of the board, not detract. Granted, my first agenda, but it's a massive amount of information that hits this board for each board meeting. So I kind of was understanding this recommendation as a process that would help to manage the significant amount of information hitting the board. And again, that all decision-making, as it should, would come to the board as a whole. It's simply, as I understand it, and happy to be corrected, it's simply a process where there's an opportunity to have some focused consideration before some of these issues hit the board as a whole. Thank you.
And thanks, Member Brillinger and Vice Chair Kostakis. I just want to confirm and affirm that in working with board staff, we did have a discussion around, of course, the appropriate authorities. There's no delegated authority to this particular subcommittee. As usual and as always, as required, all final decision-making would come and flow through the board. But in my short time here, coming up on a year actually, next month, tomorrow, it will be a year. And just in my experience, I do, just to echo what Chris has just mentioned, think that it will be an enhancement to our governance work, and hopefully a helpful opportunity for the board. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Vice Chair Kostakis just wanted to conclude before we vote.
Yeah, I just think if we're going to be proceeding, that anything that's in writing, that we need to rephrase perhaps that so that there is that distinction that it is not governing or approval, it is an advisory.
Yeah, and that should have been made clear through the report. I'm happy to work with you and Doobie on that, but that was a very clear point of discussion as well when it was being worked on. So thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify? Because in every recommendation here, it's always that it presents, it submits its stuff to the board. Similar to the way HR committee functions in the Peel Police Board, it's just a committee that reports to the board. In every case, in everything in here.
And I just thought only because this committee is the board that is presenting to the board, that's where my thought was, where
it sort of creates a different tier, and that was my biggest sort of flag and concern, whereas our other committees have representation from our community, et cetera, and it's a little bit different in my perspective, and that because we're such a small group of 7, 3 of the 7 are this committee, which is board members reporting to board members, so that's where my concerns and flag or came into play. And I'd also like to request, I know, Chair, unless you have some comments too, that this be a recorded vote.
I just wanted to ask, because Deputy Mayor Morley, you clarified, and thank you for being prepared to work a little harder to clarify some of these issues. And again, one of my other issues, like all of our subcommittees, they are public committees. They also have, requirements of notice to the public. I just perhaps want to suggest there's some work done on, because some of these clearly are confidential matters as it relates to perhaps individual performance. So just so that you do a bit of work around that, because that again, I have a little bit concerned about what is the public sort of facing kind of recommendations and what are private. So I wonder if you could just sort of take that under advisement. That's a concern.
Very happy to do that, and we'll continue to work closely with board staff to make sure that we get it right. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate. So we had, you raised the motion, Councillor Carroll seconded. All in favor? Okay. All right, so, all right. Dr. Kanengisser pointed out that perhaps before we vote, I did raise concerns, that's right, and perhaps we'll bring it back on at the appropriate time when you've done your further discussions, and Dr. Kanengisser has indicated he's happy to work on, some of the fine-tuning in terms of language.
Sorry, I'm not understanding that comment.
I'll let Dr. Kanengisser respond.
Are we standing the item down? Is that what's happening here?
I'm just saying that if we need additional work on this, then we need to defer this vote to a later meeting. Otherwise, the committee is in place.
So does that mean that the motion here is being amended? Is that why we're standing it down?
I'm sorry, it's Deputy Mayor Morley's motion, sorry.
So there's a motion and it's attached to the original report. So just procedurally, I think I'm getting a little bit confused now about what we're doing here. So if there are amendments to the proposed motion itself, which I don't think is what I'm hearing, it's more so the report itself. And if there are proposals to amend the report, happy to receive those. Would it be appropriate for us to work through that at this time? Or, because I don't know if the deferral is the best way forward. And again, some of the comments that were shared by Vice Chair have been worked through, and I'm not sure if it's just a matter of clarifying via further review of the report before us, or if there are items specific to notice and public versus confidential and those pieces that are not clearly outlined here.
I think we need to define the mandate of the committee, and right now there was a few sort of fine-tuning that needs to be done, and nothing prevents any board member from, at any point sort of wanting to talk about any of these as a board. So I understand what you're saying. Gee, I want the committee today to move forward to start the work, but there's no real barrier to starting any kind of work just as a board in general. Any board member says, particularly I think we need to start working on that, and we can discuss that. But if in fact, the accompanying report is going to be changed, it does dictate what the scope of the committee. So I do think the vote should be deferred to refer to time. It doesn't mean that, yes, the committee won't be constituted or meet, but in the interim, some of this work, there's nothing preventing, because we're already doing some of this work. Right. So that's I think what I will do is, if there is a vote today, then I think I'll abstain until I get those further documentation, just to be clear about the mandate.
Okay.
So on a point of procedural order, am I hearing that some changes are going to be proposed in the form of an amendment? because I'm happy to defer the vote, but am I deferring the vote because there are going to be changes that are going to be presented to us as amendments so that we can vote on whether or not we want to make those changes and whether or not we want to vote on this motion? Is that what I'm hearing we're going to defer for?
I believe that's the intent, yes.
So they will be
Yes.
presented in the form of an amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. That is just the clarification I need.
Thank you. Sorry if I wasn't being clear, because the supporting materials are changing, so thank you. All right, so can I have a motion to defer? Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by Nick Migliori. No, Deputy Mayor Morley didn't. All right. All in favor? We will. Okay, thank you. That completes the item, which was 18, moved to the first item. And now we will return back to item number 3, which is the interim update, the Toronto Police Services multi-year staffing plan. We do have some deputations. The first deputant is Hallie Wells. Good morning.
My name is Hallie Wells. I am a resident east end of Toronto. I am an anthropologist and academic editor. I am the proud parent of an 8-year-old border collie Doberman mix. He's very smart. He knows about 40 words. I want to start by commending this board for responding to City Council's request for a multi-year vision for staffing that really boldly reimagines what policing in the City of Toronto can and should look like over the next 4 years, and hopefully that visioning will continue into the future as well. So I expected this multi-year vision to take into account what the taxpayers who fund all of this have been asking for very clearly, which is at a minimum for resources to be shifted from the police to community crisis workers, to mental health support, other essential services. We have asked, again, at a minimum, for a leaner police force whose expertise can be more targeted and more efficiently used, which would free up millions of dollars for work that is best done by other experts, so folks who are crisis counselors, mental health experts, et cetera. And as we recently saw with the police violence against Tyler Core, the police is actually not always best equipped to, particularly to handle mental health crises. So I expected the interim update. I know this is a draft, and as an editor, I'm familiar with rough drafts, so that's okay. I was expecting this to detail at least some pathways towards, again, that leaner, more efficient police force. Instead, I saw 4 very brief options that I sort of struggled to understand what they actually meant. Reading between the lines, I understand the first option to be maintaining the police force exactly as is. The second option to increase the number of police officers. The third option to increase the number of police officers. And the fourth to most likely increase the number of police officers. Happy to be corrected on that if I got that wrong. So again, I know rough drafts are tricky, and so getting feedback on them is part of the process. It can be hard to listen to that feedback. I hope that you listen very carefully to other folks who will depute after me on these points. But I know that you can do better than this. Some possibilities that I hope you're exploring and that I expect to see in the final report are staffing changes that eliminate the over-policing of peaceful protests, over-policing of youth, over-policing of unhoused people, staffing changes that eliminate random patrol, the mounted unit, 2 officer cars, and staffing changes that shift bylaw enforcement and traffic and parking enforcement to civilians. Any one of these staffing changes would be a step in the right direction, and I look forward to seeing how you incorporate them in your revision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wells. Before you go, were there any board members that wanted to ask a question of Ms. Wells? No, thank you again.
Thank you.
Next deputant is Marley Wasser.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Marley Wasser. I'm a Jewish resident of Toronto, and I'm here to push for the Toronto Police Services Board to refocus the multi-year staffing plan towards detasking police responsibilities to other services better equipped to ensure community safety. I am deeply concerned with the hiring of police and policing in general being used as a tool to address anti-Semitism and other forms of hatred. I am a granddaughter of Holocaust survivors on both sides of my family. My mother's parents survived the atrocities of the Nazi regime in Hungary, and my grandmother on my father's side was hidden along with her parents and siblings by a Catholic family in Poland who risked their lives to ensure their safety. If it weren't for the risk that this family took, my father would have never been born safely here in Canada years later, and I wouldn't be here today. Growing up, I learned that never again means never again for anyone. I learned that the reason that the Nazis were able to continue persecuting millions of Jews and members of other vulnerable groups was because so many people just kept silent and carried on with business as usual. For more than 9 months now, people in Gaza have been facing daily risk of death from direct physical violence and tactics of deprivation and starvation from the Israeli military, which our government and others are complicit in supporting. The only reason that they are facing this fate is because they happen to be born in a place where other people decided that their own safety matters more than theirs. And as we've watched these horrors day after day, myself and many others living here in Toronto have not been able to keep silent. We have not been able to carry on with business as usual. And many of us have been gathering in the streets week after week to speak up and put a stop to business as usual, allowing these atrocities to continue. And in response, we are being met with police treating us like we don't have a right to freely express ourselves. So in order to address the needs of my community, sorry?
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And do any of the board members have a question for Ms. Wasser? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Wasser. The next deputant is Miguel Avila.
Good morning. First of all, I want to give a big thanks to Derek Moran for coming today. Hi, Derek. And welcome to the new member of the board, who I know him for a long time. All right, so let's talk about the reason we're talking about increasing police in years ahead. At the executive committee last 2 weeks ago, Mayor Olivia Chow moved an item that was deep in the background of the agenda, a very important item that we talk about, which is gun violence safety in the school system.
Costs. How can we best use this money not only to address the current issues plaguing our city, but to prevent them from worsening or mutating in the future? I want to share a couple different perspectives. For many of us, the police have become synonymous with safety and protection. Even more so, they have been a source of reestablishing our comfort and peace when we encounter difficult situations. They intervene in violent scenarios in an effort to help us, and we don't know what we do without them other than struggle and die. The budget should reflect that. The rest of us are constrained to discomfort enforced by the police. The rest of us don't see the safety and protection. We see the corruption, the hunger for power, the outlets for personal bias and rage, the violence that receives little to no retribution. The rest of us rely on each other because the police don't keep us safe. We keep us safe. We are struggling and dying. The budget should reflect that. The information, policies, and attitudes we have today may not be consistent with the information, policies, and attitudes 5 years from now. The police may not be involved in mental health calls because they're not therapists and they were never meant to be in that position. They may not be involved in the housing crisis because criminalization doesn't give people the support that they need. The research that's going to come out on drug policy could call for a complete change of the way we approach addiction because it's a health condition and should be treated like one. With expected advances in research, the responsibilities of TPS are subject to change. The budget should reflect that. The budget should reflect the value that students like myself are going to be bringing into the community when we graduate and enter the field. There's a whole portion of untapped potential that will present itself in my generation. We are filled with knowledge, of course, but we were also raised in a post-9/11, security-obsessed, and social media-laden culture. We have had experiences that can provide new insight to the rapidly changing world of crime and justice. We present new approaches to topics that can further democratic debate and change legislation. We are bringing innovation across the justice system and across the political spectrum, and that's happening within 5 years. The budget should reflect that. The fact that we've historically associated matters of safety and discomfort with a need for police does not mean that every experience of discomfort is best handled by the police service. The justice system should not be a main doorway to help. I sit before you today cautiously optimistic in the ability of the Toronto Police Services Board to realize the ineffective roles traditionally funded by this budget. This is the most progressive board the city has seen in a long time, and I hope that means a greater chance of rerouting our efforts from reactive policing to addressing root causes of what we consider crimes, because the budget should reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickey. Any questions? No. Seeing none, thank you so much. Next deputant is Sean Mahar. And please forgive me if I pronounce your name wrong.
It's often pronounced wrong. It's Maher. But wacky Irish names often pose problems for many, many people. Thanks very much for having me. My name is Sean Maher. I'm the Executive Director of the Change Lab and the Chair of the Board of the Reach Out Response Network. Really appreciate the chance to speak to the board today. A few months ago, the board very wisely asked that the staffing plan come forward early in draft so that the authors could get feedback on the direction that it's headed. The current report, I have to confess, I found fairly thin, but it does tell us some things that can help provide some guidance. There are several scenarios, but there are no costs or numbers attached to any of those scenarios, despite the fact that those costs and numbers are available. For example, growing the staffing based on population over the next 5 years can be estimated to be about 800 officers or about $100 to $150 million. Those numbers could be provided, but they're not. There's no real reason not to share those numbers with the public, and in the interest of transparency and clarity, I sincerely hope that the board gives direction and the chief makes a commitment that the final report will have a full costing, a full accounting of the numbers involved, and what can be expected for those public expenditures. The draft report also causes some concerns in terms of evidence-based policy making. It proposes a number of metrics that don't really have a strong evidentiary base. For example, population growth does not necessarily indicate a need for more officers. Larger cities with lower crime rates don't need more officers than smaller cities with higher crime rates. Cop per pop is widely recognized as a poor tool for setting staffing levels, and yet it's there as one of the tools that's going to be used in this report. Similarly, comparisons to other cities is an uneven tool. Comparing one city to another that is very different, has a very different crime rate, like New York or Montreal or Chicago, is unlikely to give good guidance on how many officers are needed here in Toronto. Ottawa would be a much better comparison. So I hope the board provides guidance and the chief makes a commitment that they will not only provide justifications for the staffing levels, but test those justifications against the evidence so that we know that they're strong justifications. My last concern is the fact that the approach taken in the draft seems to assume, I can't really tell for sure because it's a fairly thin draft, but it seems to assume business as usual. It seems to assume that we'll just keep doing what we're doing now, but we will add more police to tackle various kinds of issues. With a 5-year plan, there is room to try and ensure that there are some innovations. A 5-year plan could incorporate many things that have been set before this board before that the staff often respond to by saying, that's an important and useful thing, but we need time to implement it. In a 5-year plan, we should have a plan for implementing it. As an exercise, I assigned to my students the task of looking at the evidence that's out there that's readily available that could provide for efficiencies. All things that have come to this board before, like single officer patrol cars, the elimination of random patrols, less policing of homeless people. What they found based on peer-reviewed evidence and systems tested in other places is that there were tools that could reduce the demand on the service by about 700 officers. That fully offsets population growth. This was a student project. I am not going to test it against something that is bigger, but I will say that if they could find 700 officers in savings, that there is work to be done to look at efficiencies and look at innovations over a 5-year arc that the final report really ought to include.
Sorry.
Thanks very much for
Thank you. Any questions?
I do have a question.
Please go ahead.
I do have a question because this is the update, so eventually we will be looking at the numbers. How did you, what was your calculation to get to the growth in population needs 800 officers?
So I actually timed myself. It took me a minute and 49 seconds to come up with that estimate. And what I did is I went online and said, what is the population growth estimate for Toronto over the next 5 years? And it was available online. And then I multiplied that by the number of officers we have, and that comes to about 800 officers. We're expecting a population growth of about 16% over the next 5 years. 16% of the current force is about 800 officers, so that number is there. Is it exactly 800 officers? Probably not. But if we're having a conversation with the public about what's the right strategy for community safety, let's share what we know. And we know what the population projections are, and we know the size of the current service. So let's share that.
So it's just a matter of, then we have to layer on that who's retiring and what those averages are, and then we get there.
Yeah, 800 net. I'm assuming that net growth is a cost. Just replacing staff who are retiring obviously doesn't cost anything because the staff that you were paying before are gone. You replace them with somebody else you are probably paying them less because they're newer. So there is no cost there shouldn't be a significant cost to replacing people. So I'm talking about net growth. So option 2.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay.
Thank you very much. The next deputant is Sebastian Dechter.
Hello,
Yeah.
my name is Sebastian.
Good morning.
Good morning. In the past few years, I've attended a few protests in the city on a variety of different issues. At some of these protests, I've witnessed police violence that has left me shaken and upset. Whenever that happens, for weeks or sometimes months, the sight of a police car or police officer will scare me. I know I'm in no danger, but seeing one will send me right back to whatever violence I witnessed. So I think there's no argument that data from across the world shows that the safest societies are those with the biggest social safety nets and not with the most police. I also want to say that personally, subjectively, hiring more police would not make me feel more safe. When I'm at protests, in my own observation, police presence doesn't seem to make most people feel safe. There's a tension in the air that is not there when police are absent. The safest I've felt at protests have been either when police aren't there or when there are a handful of officers standing away from the protesters, watching with casual body language. This tells me that violence and conflict are not expected, but sadly, most of the time, peaceful protests I've attended have heavy police presence. I don't think this discourages conflict, I think it encourages it. A common idiom is that when you're holding a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When I see armed police around a crowd, I start to wonder if I am the nail. I wonder if someone armed, even with a taser or baton, would feel some kind of psychological motivation to use those arms, however well-intentioned they are when they enter the situation. I studied film in school, and one movie always comes to mind when I think about city services. When I look at a city worker, I ask myself a question. Does this person look like they would be friends with Paddington Bear? Consistently, city workers pass this test. Firefighters, paramedics, librarians, all pass. The only people who don't pass are people in body armor with weapons, including special constables, fare inspectors, and the police. These are uniforms that look like they're trying to catch Paddington, possibly to hand him over to Nicole Kidman or Hugh Grant. I have my doubts that police officers need to be in such militarized uniforms, but even if they did, I don't want to see military uniforms or weaponry when I'm walking around in public. I want to see social workers, unarmed traffic enforcement, and streets-to-home workers who look like they would be helpful and calm if any one of us was in a crisis. I believe we can reroute these hiring costs into services statistically proven to reduce crime and use police only as a last resort in response to violence, not as crowd control at protests, parades, and construction sites, or to intimidate the unhoused. We can make a happier, friendlier city for all people and for one Latin American computer-animated bear, should he ever choose to visit. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, the next deputant is Elliot Van Woudenberg. Good morning.
Morning. Hello, my name's Elliot Van Woudenberg. I'm here because of Progress Toronto. I'd like to ask that the multi-year staffing plan either be reformulated to focus on reducing the number of officers, or that only scenario 1, shifting to replacement hires for 2025 onwards, be pursued. I've made Toronto my home for many years, living and working all across the city, from our busy downtown to suburban Etobicoke. During this time, my family, friends, and neighbors have suffered from car thefts, home break-ins, muggings, and shootings. I grew up hearing that if we increased headcounts, the Toronto Police Service would be able to provide the safety and security which everyone in this city deserves. Despite an ever-growing budget and a rising number of officers, I still find myself looking over my shoulder when I walked by the spot where my brother was mugged over 10 years ago. Friends and family have shared with me that they feel more unsafe walking around the city, and signs of decay and human suffering have become common sights everywhere I go. Despite the failure of past headcount increases to deliver what was promised, I find myself again hearing about the same solutions: more hiring, more of the same old failed ideas. We dwell on things like officer ratios and hiring strategies, but fail to discuss that places with more officers per person still experience higher levels of crime and insecurity than Toronto. With this in mind, it seems obvious that inequality, poverty, community services, and urban infrastructure have much more to do with safety than continuing to increase the Toronto Police Service's headcount. While TPS promises safety, they're unable to deal with the root causes of crime. Instead, they're a largely reactive force, pushed and pulled by things far beyond their control, responding to calls ever more slowly, without the ability to deliver the fundamental change that our city needs. After seeing the aftermath of my neighbor's car being stolen, which was soon followed by a cop suggesting that our community members should leave the keys to their vehicle in a Faraday bag by the front door, it seems clear to me that even with an increased headcount, officers won't be around when a crime occurs. They won't be able to catch anyone. They won't be able to make victims whole. They won't be able to provide the feeling of comfort or restore a feeling of safety. We can see that Toronto is financially stretched and that the multi-year staffing plan is a key component of our city's financial health. TPS must be examined with a focus on effectiveness and fiscal responsibility. We can't accept more of the same. We have big problems, and the city can't coast on autopilot. It is the responsibility of our leaders to provide solutions which actually give us a chance to heal our wounds. Increasing TPS headcounts will not impact the number of unhoused folks forced to live on our streets. It will not provide more economic opportunities for our community. It will not deal with the housing crisis, repair crumbling infrastructure, or build social capital. Reflecting this, I ask that the multi-year staffing plan either be reformulated to focus on reducing the number of officers, or that only scenario 1, shifting to replacement hires only for 2025 onwards, be pursued. We can accomplish this by ending random patrols, ending the requirement for 2 officers in a patrol car after dark, and providing more staff to the Toronto Community Crisis Service or community agencies dealing with youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Van Woudenberg? Seeing none, thank you. Next, deputant is Diana Chan McNally. Oh, okay, it says in person. Good morning. Ms. McNally, you might be on mute.
Hi, am I still on mute? Am I good?
No, you're good now. You're ready to go. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. As a frontline worker supporting unhoused Torontonians, I see interactions between the people I support and the Toronto Police Service every single day. Often, the people I am working with are experiencing crisis when police are called. And like many here today, I must ask, is this always the appropriate response? Can police be detasked where more appropriate responses exist? When the City of Toronto adopted the implementation of SafeTO in 2022, its third priority action was to embed the Community Crisis Support Service as a first response service citywide. The city is indeed doing this via the Toronto Community Crisis Service, which does beg the question, what is the role of the Mobile Crisis Intervention Team, given that we are expanding a concurrent, civilian-led first response service, a service that is both evidence-based and proven to effectively divert police from attending to mental health crisis calls. Most importantly, a service that is staffed and led by mental health professionals, as a mental health crisis is indeed a health issue, not a criminal issue. As the Toronto Police Service's multi-year staffing plan must align with SafeTO's priority actions and goals, as per City Council's direction, it should be critically examined whether MCIT can be detasked given the success and the expansion of the TCCS. By extension, and understanding that the purview of police is the law and not healthcare, we can similarly examine the logic of police attending to drug poisoning calls. Having responded to and reversed dozens of drug poisonings, there is no logical reason that police should attend to such calls. Healthcare professionals are the only necessary workers who should be on the scene. In fact, there are no other healthcare emergencies that in themselves automatically deploy police, only overdoses. From a pragmatic perspective, we can absolutely and easily detask police from this burden. I must point to Toronto Neighbourhood Centre's 2021 Reimagining Community Safety Report, which estimates that 10%, a whopping 10% of all police interactions with the public occur between Toronto police and unhoused people. At the time the report was published, TPS's operating budget was just shy of $1.1 billion. In my sector, daytime drop-ins, our collective budget for Toronto's 59 drop-in centres for unhoused people is under $5 million. Policing homelessness doesn't end it. And in my conversations with officers that I encounter in my work, many don't want to do this work. The logical path to reducing 10% in the Toronto Police Service's work which officers don't want to do, and work which does not house anyone, is to detask and reinvest funds from MCIT, drug poisoning response calls, and random street patrols into permanent solutions like housing, as well as interim solutions like shelters and drop-ins. I should not have clients regularly coming to my services with tickets citing violations of the Safe Streets Act, provisions that were recently ruled as unconstitutional when they have nowhere else to go but the street. These are just 3 suggestions. Guided by a decade of experience working in homelessness services, we could ease the police's workload and reallocate resources to civilian-led services and much-needed housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? The next deputant is Giuseppe Scolari. Mr. Scolari. Good morning.
Thanks for having me. It's great to see all the graduates of the Progress TO, How to Give a Police Services Board Deputation. Well done. Nice to see your tutorials are working. What's indisputable here is that the TPS multi-year staffing plan meet the demand and growth of the City of Toronto. The current staffing situation doesn't seem to be working. Canada has gone from 36 to 41 million people in the last 5 years. Toronto is a massive part of this population growth, as you heard in a prior deputation, I think 16%. I don't want to see a situation like what's going on in the UK with Southport happen here in Toronto. I understand we need more mental health experts to help people with mental health problems and addiction problems. I'm a 19-year sober individual who's gone through mental health problems. And the last thing I'd like to see is a police officer show up if I'm having a meltdown. But conversely, if I'm having a meltdown and I have a weapon for the person trying to help me, I'd like to see a police officer. So I don't think it's a cookie cutter solution or a cut and dried solution. The response times for priority 1 calls need to be faster than the current 17 to 22 minutes. Violent crimes up 18%. Property crimes up 23%. I'm the victim of home invasion. I didn't have a weapon. And thankfully, nothing happened to me. The people were scared. They ran away. But I now have something in my home that will protect me. It's terrible that I had to do this. I'm disgusted that I had to do this. But I have a girlfriend. And the last thing I want to do is see my girlfriend be violated by somebody breaking into my home. Luckily, I have a couple of dogs. They bark, and from what I understand, I've been told by people who are experts that dogs are the biggest deterrent, and when someone hears a dog bark, they generally don't break into the house. When you have a good relationship with the police, you see them in the neighborhood, and they're being portrayed as these evil people with weapons and and intimidating people. And I see a lot of cops in the neighborhood friendly, playing with kids. So again, there's 2 sides to this, right? The city needs to support the police services budget so that Toronto gets the service they need to ensure safety and security and adequate investigative depth so criminals who prey on Torontonians are arrested. What we're seeing is a lack of funding, and this lack of funding directly affects a staffing plan. There's plenty of other money in this city that can be allocated to what everyone here is discussing, and I don't disagree with them needing money for what they're interested in and what they see as important. I don't see the need to take it from the police services budget. There's plenty of other money in the city vis-a-vis C-37 that's being used to rename parts of this city. I don't think that's the greatest use of the money. Maybe you can give it to people that need it for mental health help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scolari. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Scolari. The next deputant is Daniel Tate. Good morning, Mr. Tate.
My name is Daniel Tate. I'm born and raised in Toronto. I've lived in this city my entire life. And, oh, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. My name is Daniel Tate. I'm born and bred in Toronto. I've lived here my entire life, and I've been able to observe the security situation in our city over the last 40 plus years. And I can tell you from firsthand, living in Toronto Centre, Chris Moyse's ward, that the security situation has deteriorated in Toronto. I think any citizen in any ward across the city will tell you the security situation has deteriorated. Why? Well, not just budget and staffing issues, which we're talking about today, but we live in a very complex environment in 2024. There are local and international entities and actors who are looking to destabilize Toronto, destabilize society. And we need to be resilient and have a very resilient Toronto Police Service to counter these types of forces. Now, hearing earlier deputants talk about defunding police, resetting police, some of them on their online profiles even talk about abolishing the police. That's appalling statements to make. Again, we live in a world where we need to have a strong police force that can counter. My mic went off. Can you stop? Okay, can I get 10 seconds back because my mic froze? Thank you. Hello, mic check, 1, 2. Thank you. Okay, so anyways, I think I've painted the picture. I do want to share some statistics that I think are going to be pretty eye-opening for everybody in the room. In the year 2000, when Toronto had a population barely 2 million people, we had 5,093 police officers. 24 years later, we have a population over 3 million, and we actually have less police officers. We have 5,078. So that needs to be studied, and someone needs to look at the correlation between a 24-year time span. We have less officers and plus 1 million population. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that kind of math is not going to improve security in your city. Talk to any random homeowner in North York, Willowdale, Etobicoke, and you ask them, do you feel safer today than you did 4 or 5 years ago? They're going to say no, they feel less safe. Maybe that's a reason. So I did the math, I crunched the math, and that equates to a measly 1.6 police officers per 1,000 people, which is far below the United Nations recommendation for world-class cities of 2.2 minimum police officers per 1,000 people. These are sobering statistics. The last thing I want to say before my time runs up. So obviously I advocate to not only augment and boost staffing, at least to the United Nations levels, or just look at it holistically, but make sure that we are well protected. And then for the staffing plan, I know diversity is important, but let's focus on merit-based. Let's pick the best cadets who have the best aptitude to have a high-quality police force. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. Any questions? Seeing none, next deputant is Michael Crossley. Good morning.
Good morning. Is the mic on? Yeah. I'm a resident of Toronto for 20 years, and I'm here with Progress Toronto. I'd like to address the issue of police overstaffing and urge the board to consider detasking in scenarios that can be handled more effectively by community members, crisis and outreach workers, traffic control workers, and other departments. Although police overstaffing is visible and obvious every day living in Toronto, I'd like to share an experience that I feel truly represents this problem. At the beginning of June, I participated in the Princess Margaret Ride to Conquer Cancer in support of my wife having survived breast cancer in 2023. As I prepared for the ride before positioning myself on the starting grid, I noticed a dozen or more uniformed armed police officers in our midst. They hung around in groups, helping themselves to the riders' coffee and breakfast items. One uniformed officer even rode along on his police-issued bicycle from Toronto to Hamilton. After a long ride, preparing for the second day, I was setting up my tent as I received a phone call from my wife. She called to let me know that while volunteering as a marshal at a peaceful protest, she was choked and thrown aside by a TPS officer while trying to de-escalate an otherwise innocuous scenario. Coincidentally, this took place in front of Princess Margaret Hospital. I felt sick being informed that a grown man wearing body armor and carrying a gun had assaulted my partner while I was away on a charity ride. She was volunteering to assure the safety of her own racialized community. The following morning, I set out for the second leg of the ride, and I felt disillusioned as I passed officer after officer, unnecessarily assigned to directing bicycle traffic at rural intersections. Why do they need to be there? Why are we as a city spending millions of dollars in public money that could be used in effective ways rather than creating unnecessary danger and fear within our communities? I'm here to urge the police board to consider reducing the overall staff size of TPS. Funds need to be reallocated to Toronto's social services, including affordable housing, crisis workers, and other provisions for people experiencing homelessness, mental health, and addiction issues. Our city's money should be used for prevention rather than reactionary measures that criminalize and harm our community's most vulnerable people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Crosley, any questions? Thank you. Our next deputant is Helen Armstrong, and I believe she's joining us virtually. Ms. Armstrong? Good morning. And you're on mute, so...
There we go. Thank you so much.
Okay, please. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
I'm speaking to you as a Toronto resident and community advocate with work experience in the drop-in and homelessness social service sector. I support today's deputants who are recommending police detasking and reinvesting this funding into enhancing the community sector. This, of course, means reducing and not increasing the size of the police force in Toronto. Many tasks can be handed off to the civilian workforce at much less cost. In my work, I've witnessed firsthand the benefits of community services to increase safety in our vulnerable communities, and this includes drop-in workers, youth workers, and others. Given my work, I'm very concerned about the policing of homeless people. I have spoken often with people who've been subjected to inappropriate policing, and we hear that 70,000 calls a year are directed towards policing homeless people. This is really outrageous. People feel harassed when they are ticketed for panhandling. I urge you to tackle this inappropriate policing today. I'm also calling for an end to the random police patrol as it's not proven to be cost effective. Instead, we need to send officers to where crimes are actually taking place. This would result in substantial savings. We did hear that the police budget would be used to fund the Toronto Community Crisis Response Teams, and we need to enact that funding today. The teams, as you know, were highly successful and did not involve police. The citywide expansion can result in huge savings with many diversions. So this means, yet again, less need for officer time. There are far too many police at protests. This deployment must be rethought and scaled back. I do not support the continued use of the police mounted unit. Policing with horses can be very intimidating, and it's an outdated model. I also support calls to reassign things like bylaw enforcement to the civilian city staff, as well as redirecting funds that have been used towards parking enforcement to the city workforce. With all these savings from the police budget, we can spend much more to build and strengthen our communities. These dollars can go towards community services, affordable housing, enhancing the TTC, youth services, drop-in services, and more. All these services and more can be funded at a much lower cost than policing and will build up community strength and increase resilience in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Any questions? Thank you so much, Ms. Armstrong. The next deputant is Lubaba Gemma Val. She's not online. All right, I'm advised that she is not available. So we will move to the next deputant, who's Mahesh Naushwar. I called Val. No, I didn't. Lubaba is her first name. Sorry, just a minute. Apologize to Mr. Naushwar. We had another deputant. I thought it was a compound name. I was wrong, so we need to deal with Val first. Whoever identifies as Val. You're on mute, sir. You're still on mute, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can now. Thank you so much. Please go ahead when you're ready.
For the time. Hello, members of the Toronto Police Service Board. I'm speaking to you today as an advocate of the Member Advocacy Committee. We are a group of people with lived experience of poverty, homelessness, disability, and mental health issues. We operate as an independent group out of the neighborhood group community services in Kensington Market. We have first-hand knowledge of policing and will share our ideas for how to more effectively engage with people from our communities. We endorse the recommendations from Change Lab and others you will hear from today on how to find real savings in the police budget. We do not favor expanding police work by hiring more officers. Instead, a number of police tasks can be eliminated. Also, many can be handed off to the civilian workforce at much less cost. These cost savings can be redirected into community building work. Our number one concern is the policing of homeless people. We personally have experienced and know people who have been subjected to this inappropriate form of policing. The Change Lab estimates that interactions between police and homeless people range from 3 to 40 times a year per person, with about 7 times per year on average. This adds up to 70,000 calls, many of which are inappropriate. At our corner drop-in at a neighborhood group, we often hear from clients who have racked up thousands of dollars in tickets, mostly from just trying to solicit funds on the sidewalk. One client was given $700 in tickets in one day by police and was justifiably very upset. People feel harassed by police and cannot pay these fines. We urge you to tackle this aggressive policing and dramatically scale it back. We also want to see an end to random police patrol that is proven to be not very cost effective. Instead, replace these patrols by sending police to where actual crimes are occurring. Research shows that this change would result to a cost savings of between 14 to 40%. We strongly urge you to use police budget savings to fully fund and prioritize Toronto Community Crisis Response Teams for mental health crisis. In their first year, these teams were highly successful. The citywide expansion should result in huge savings, with 16,000 diversions from police expected. This will mean less need for officer time. Our personal experience is that mental health crisis response teams, using the model employed by the Gerstein Center, are much safer and more satisfying than calling police who use tasers and can put people in danger. We are activists and frequently will exercise our rights by taking part in demonstrations. We find there are far too many police at these events. This appointment must be rethought and scaled back. Further, we do
Sir,
not
your
support
time is up. Your time
yeah,
is up.
I'm just
I
going to
gave you a
wrap up. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, bottom line, yeah. It's just.
Thank you. You probably had 5 minutes prepared. Unfortunately, today, with many deputants, we reduced it to 3. Any questions of this gentleman? Seeing none, the next is Lubaba Jema. Mr. Jema, you're on mute. Are you ready to proceed, sir? It isn't? All right. All right. Apologize. We can now deal with Mahesh Neelshwar. Mr. Neelshwar. Good morning.
Morning. Namaste. Vanakkam. Ni hao. My name is Mahesh Neelashwar. I'm a resident of Scarborough, and I'm also Scarborough North. I volunteer at the Legion 614, and I am active member of the 42 Division CPLC, the Community Police Liaison Committee. Today, I'm here because of Progress Toronto, and I'm here today to make a humble request to the board to allocate police budget towards bylaw parking and traffic civilians. On March 1st, 2024, I was driving downtown when I was stopped by a traffic cop. It was nerve-wracking when I saw the police lights flash behind me. The young officer approached me and I was told that my license plate was not renewed. This is the first time I was stopped ever, and immediately I was worried about how this will affect my driving record and insurance. He followed the protocol and issued me my first ticket. I told the officer that a sticker on the license plate was a good indicator, but now without a sticker, it's difficult to keep track of renewals. He agreed and mentioned that I was not alone. There were a lot of people who were unaware that their license plates were not renewed. I hope police traffic stops are done by the NCO or the auxiliary officers to reduce the stress. He was kind enough to advise that I should go home and renew immediately and ask for an early resolution meeting, which I did. It is almost August 1st and I haven't heard back anything. I keep checking online, but there is no update. I do this follow-up regularly as a responsible citizen. The wait makes me anxious and nervous. I'm not even a senior yet. Imagine the stress, fatigue, irritability, and rage amongst our seniors who are not tech savvy. I'm an executive director of a not-for-profit such as Means Truth, stands for South Asian Cultural Health Association for Youth and Seniors. And we offer programs that promote the mental and physical well-being of our seniors. We receive a lot of calls from our seniors who are in similar situation like me. They are too stressed and don't know what the next step should be. We at such age don't have the skill
Mr.
and experience.
Neelashwar, I apologize, but your time is up.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Neelashwar? Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts today. Appreciate it. The next deputant is Olivia Blondin. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, just lean forward so we can hear you speaking. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Olivia Blondin, and I'm here to ask you to detask issues surrounding mental illness and unhoused populations from police services and redirect those funds and resources to community and social services. This would allow police to focus their efforts where they are needed and drastically reduce workloads. I have inherited the generational trauma of poverty and mental illness and watched it swallow people alive. The shockwaves of addiction and violence followed my family from the streets to housing. I have a brother who was both easy and hard to love. We camped out in the car on stormy nights to watch the lightning crack open the sky and listen to the rainfall. This was overshadowed by unmedicated bipolar, which he self-medicated with severe alcoholism. He cycled through prison repeatedly, which did nothing to medicate, feed, or house him. The hurt that he inflicted on other people and the suffering he carried could have been avoided if he had access to the resources he needed. I had an uncle who loved everyone, strongly and authentically. He was an excellent billiards player, and a master strategist. In 3rd grade, he was walking by a lake in a park in my hometown late at night. He slipped down an embankment and he drowned to death. He was drinking alone, looking for a place to sleep. He also struggled with alcohol and gambling addictions, constantly trying his best to pull himself away. He did not deserve to die, a nameless person outside in a park. He was somebody who loved, and he was loved. The disproportionate policing of the unhoused and dangerous interactions between police and the mentally ill and disabled population will never fix the root problems of systemic inequality and neglect. The relationship between disability and being unhoused is interwoven with trauma and poverty. These are complex needs that police cannot fulfill and never have. Police violence and the displacement of people on the streets only fractures communities and isolates individuals. It has been overwhelmingly clear for decades now that the eradication of poverty, access to harm reduction, and trauma-centered support transforms people's lives. Instead, chronic poverty and being unhoused are treated as a moral failure and a weakness of character that must be punished. Police react to symptoms of larger problems requiring humanity and respect. We must move away from the criminalization of poverty towards a public health and community care approach. I'm asking this board to seize the incredible opportunity to choose kindness, science, and human decency. The resources related to item 3 would go farther if used for social and public health responses like warming centers and robust, fully funded social supports. Thank you.
Thank you. And I really appreciate your courage that you came and shared your story, and I'm very sorry for your loss. Any questions of Ms. Blondin? Thank you so much. The next deputant is Mahak Agarwal. Good morning.
Hi, am I audible? Hello everyone, I'm Mehak. I live in Beaches, East York. I'm an immigrant and I moved to Toronto from India in 2021. So I want to highlight from my personal experience with the Toronto police, how the police staff is being misused to put Torontonians in danger instead of serving and protecting them. So I have been going to anti-genocide, pro-Palestine protests since October 2023. They have always been well managed by the organizers and peaceful. I want to highlight about one of these protests on March 30th, it started at Young Dundas Square. There was nothing out of the regular. As we went on our march route, the police presence kept on increasing. At one point at Parliament and Jared, the police stopped the march and impounded the truck with the speakers. Then without warning, the mounted unit, numbering around 15 to 20, galloped into the crowd, which included disabled people on mobility devices who could not run and get out of the way. I had to run and get onto the sidewalk to avoid getting stomped. I was shocked at what was happening. I was very near at the front of the protest, so it was a very close call when the horses charged in. There was a police line on the opposite end of the protest that started closing in. A practice I came to know just then was called kettling. Then other policemen started beating the protesters and arresting them. I was incredibly scared at what I was witnessing. Me and a group of people managed to escape the kettling, and we saw what were easily 100 plus policemen around the block for just a peaceful protest. The violence at the protest was brought by the police. They did not do anything to make me feel safe while making me feel incredibly fearful to exercise my charter-protected rights of protest and expression. This happened again at a protest on June 8 in front of the US Embassy, which has been a part of the protest route for multiple months. I was shoved, and peaceful protesters were brutalized and arrested in front of me. The police heavy-handedness vis-a-vis anti-genocide protests has been reported on in the media as well. Case in point, the June 17 article by The Breach titled "Inside the Shocking Police Operation Targeting Pro-Palestine Protests in Toronto," which documents increased surveillance and heavy-handedness against pro-Palestine protesters. As per the article, the hate crime unit, which has the leadership of Project Resolute, has grown from 6 to 32. According to the article, in late October 2023, the mandate of the unit was quietly expanded to include the investigation of any occurrence generated as a result of protest and or demonstrations related to the Middle East conflict. And again, as per the article, policing scholars and lawyers say the Toronto police have undermined charter-protected rights of protest and expression by misapplying hate crime charges, with some saying the aim is strategic incapacitation of a growing Palestinian solidarity movement. So I want to give two suggestions here. The first is that the mounted unit should be disbanded. Mounted police are most often deployed in response to demonstrations, which has led to escalation and significant injuries of protesters, as I witnessed from my very own eyes. This could easily free up 40 officers, which can be allocated elsewhere, for example, for faster response times, which the police have asked for more budget for this year. The second is that the hate crime unit be culled down to its original size of 6 from 32, because that increased hate crime unit, the increased size of the hate crime unit is being used to police peaceful protesters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Agarwal. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. The next deputant is Matthew Doughty. Good morning. Start when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair and the board. I hope this day finds you well and ready for even more words. My name is Matthew Doughty. I'm 31 years old, and I live down the street from Chester Station. I'm a musician, an event organizer, a storyteller, and a library worker. Shout out to Ms. Morley on the Music Advisory Board and the TPL Board. I've come to you today to speak on behalf of myself about the health of the city and about the multi-year staffing plan. As someone who has struggled with health issues for most of my adult life, I've learned a lot about the principles of good health. The only way I've healed and recovered is by identifying the root causes of these issues and giving them my care and attention. If we look at our city, Toronto, through this lens, like a very large, very old grandparent, we can see that they are very sick. The municipal health issues we face are poor infrastructure, unaffordable housing, youth criminalization, mental health and addiction, poverty, and homelessness. Food and shelter are the basic foundations of good health, and they are lacking in our city. These issues are symptoms of a city sickness, and as a treatment option, police are like a medication that can only address these symptoms and aggravate them. They cannot address the root cause or offer long-term solutions. In following the principles of good health, this multi-year, 5-year plan must address the root causes of these issues and our city's dysfunction, or risk perpetuating a vicious cycle of illness that costs us more and more every year. If we zoom way out and examine this cycle, it is clear that investing in police is doubling down in this cycle. It's clear we need to quickly reallocate these resources to other organizations that offer clear, tangible solutions to these problems and don't just sweep them under the rug and hope that they go away. Reverting back to the issues that I presented, I want to address staffing directly. Youth are significantly over-policed, especially Black and Indigenous youth, who are constantly made victim to the school-to-prison pipeline. Police at schools are not a preventative measure. They only remind youth what we expect of them. We don't reduce youth arrests by smothering them with police. We give them a place to belong. A jam session, a sports league, a youth council, more library and after-school programs like the Boys and Girls Club, to build a connected and unified community and to keep youth engaged and inspired. Reducing the policing of youth could free up hundreds of officers and save millions of dollars and reduce response times. Poverty will not be solved by police. It will be solved by community development and capacity building. The mental health and addiction crisis will not be solved by police. It will be solved by crisis workers and first responders, by shelters and rehabilitative organizations. I like to suggest that some of the police budget be used to run a 211 advertising campaign to bring more awareness to this service. We can send bylaw officers to address noise complaints. We can reduce random patrols. We can end the mounted unit. We need social workers, not social workers in blue with guns on their hips and fear in their hearts. Thanks.
Any questions? The next deputant is Alexandra Spruill. I believe Ms. Spruill is going to attend virtually.
Hi. Good morning. I'm ready. My name is Alexandra. People call me Alex or Lexi. I'm a 32-year-old teacher and arts worker. I've lived in Toronto my whole life. I would like to echo the desire to see the Toronto Police Service's long-term staffing plan explicitly consider the officers that can be freed up to meet policing needs by reducing services in areas that are not necessary and by shifting responsibility to civilian services where possible. This does not currently show up, at least not explicitly, in the elements or staffing scenarios being considered on the interim update. To my civilian eyes, that seems like a major oversight. A great shift in responsibility that affects long-term police staffing is and has been the creation of and ongoing expansion of the Toronto Community Crisis Service. This non-police service has been able to divert calls to highly trained non-police professionals. And this is the type of staffing-related shift that I am personally invested in and affected by. I have a very close family friend who I'll call Charlie for anonymity, who is a lovely person and who's also diagnosed with schizophrenia. And I have learned through Charlie's interactions with police in non-criminal scenarios that even in the case where police interactions are in many ways at their best with a compassionate officers, a police interaction can still lead to trauma and negative outcomes for the person being policed. So without even discussing worst case scenarios, we must know, as I've seen through Charlie, that no matter what level of excellence Toronto police officers reach, it will remain true that many interactions currently tasked to the police are better assigned to somebody without a gun or the power to use force to arrest someone. As a citizen and resident of Toronto, I want to see the multi-year staffing plan consider whether enforcing traffic laws can be transferred to trained civilians, whether we can eliminate the mounted police unit, which can create dangerous scenarios, situations for civilians, whether we can reduce policing of demonstrations, whether we can eliminate random patrols, whether there are trained civilian services that can take over many interactions with youth in crisis. All things that I think have already been mentioned today. So I request, with regards to the multi-year staffing plan, that an explicit consideration is added. Can officers be freed up by reducing police services that are not necessary and by shifting responsibility to civilian services when possible? As a citizen and resident of Toronto, I want a police service and a police board that uses its expertise and experience to advocate for these shifts in these types of long-term planning scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Spruill. Any questions? Thank you for attending today. Our next deputant is Neil Forrester.
Can you guys see me?
Yes, we can. Good morning. Let us know
Good
when you're
morning.
ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. First of all, I would like to thank everybody, regardless of what side of the table we sit on, for participating today. I genuinely believe everybody here cares about the city and wants the same thing. We're just all going about it in different ways. And we come to this, this day today based a lot of our opinions on our experiences. And I myself have had multiple experiences with the police, both good and bad. But at the end of the day, as somebody who's lived here my entire life, well, 40 of my 47 years in existence, I've lived here, I've worked here, I've raised my family here. I've also at the same time seen the population growth increase. I've seen complexity of crimes spun out of control. And I've seen absolute lawlessness in the city. We say we're a world-class city, that diversity is our strength, and all these great buzzwords. But yet, as Mr. Tate mentioned earlier, we're not even hitting the quotas that the UN has put forth. We're under-resourced across the board in all sorts of city services. And yet, we sit here and we want to defund, reset, reallocate funding to the fastest growing city in North America for the last 25 years. And as a father of somebody of a mental health, of a teenager with mental health, where I've had to navigate the mental health system for 7 years, to where I've now adopted my mission in life to help families across Canada explore services and communication skills with mental health, I can say at the same time that pulling resources and funding away from law enforcement at a time in the world that we're in is not the right answer. The budget should reflect both population growth, but more specifically, division density, complexity of crimes in specific areas. We need to pull up more qualitative data to really look at where we need to invest these resources, but it has to be reinvested into law enforcement. Who's going to help bylaw officers and parking enforcement officers when they're getting attacked? Community activists? Who's going to help people out when they're getting carjacked? The community agencies? Who's going to deal with cyber crimes and human trafficking? Social workers? These are things that are real, that weren't our issues 20, 25 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago. We need more law enforcement. We need more diverse types of law enforcement. A few years ago, my car got broken into downtown at King and Peter. Who's going to help me at 1 a.m? I contacted the police, and within 20 minutes, they found the guy that broke into my car and got it. Was I supposed to call a social worker to help me then? So I implore you today, with this multi-year staffing plan, I really, truly believe that we need to invest in more resources for law enforcement and really take a much more qualitative approach to how we invest in those funds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Forrester. Any questions? Thank you. Our next deputant is Sarah McCarthy. I believe Ms. McCarthy is also virtual. All right, I'm just advised Ms. McCarthy is not available. We'll go on to the next deputant, who's Wayne Virgo. Mr. Virgo. It appears Mr. Virgo is not in attendance. At this point, I'd also like to mention and thank there were 3 written deputations, one from John Sewell from the Toronto Police Accountability Coalition, a written deputation by Emily O'Brien, and a written deputation from Stephen and also from Leanne Huneau. And I want to thank them for their time and effort putting in these written deputations. At this point, are there any board questions for the?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I have to be reminded every month. Where are the written deputations in here? They're in diligent, but where in diligent? I'm sorry, you told me this last month. I'm asking again. Probably, but just give me a quick answer and I will go to them.
As deputations?
Right.
These are deputations.
So where are the written documents?
They're all here.
Oh, they're after the list. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
sorry,
all-
I need to be reminded every time. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're good to go?
Thank
You
you.
located them. Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
if you ever have any trouble, just advise us in advance of the meeting if you can't find somebody diligent. We're getting in, I understand, Dr. Kanigis, that we're exploring a new platform. It's not that easy to use, so thank you. Now, are there any, now we've heard from all the deputants. Are there any questions for the chief or command team from the board? Mr. Brillinger, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you to the deputants for their contribution and their time. Chief, I'm assuming and understanding that when the final report comes to board, it will address the issue of detasking, or are there activities that Toronto Police Service could at some point no longer deliver directly?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for that. I really appreciate the opportunity to actually acknowledge that we are happy to articulate what we have already stopped doing. We're happy to articulate our ongoing commitment, strong commitment, public leadership, and partnership with TCCS, and are looking to explore other avenues as it relates to mental health response. We are, in fact, leading a conversation now on elements of mental health response that we would happily have TCCS take on. Those discussions are in the early stages, and we look forward to those evolving, and we look forward to the opportunity to highlight that work and the impacts of any kind of staffing considerations on core service delivery. At the end of the day, there are things that, depending on what model the board or what scenario the board approves to go forward to City Council in our efforts to reconstitute our capacity for adequate, effective service delivery, there will be implications on whichever scenario that we'll look forward to exploring in the final product.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brillinger, I noted that you had a motion, but are you content with the answer?
Sorry, I'm still learning process. So we're speaking because
Yes, I was just asking you because I received a motion from you, but you
Yes.
did seem to speak to the chief, and I wonder whether or not that was sufficient and you did not require a motion.
So I'll speak to the motion if that's permitted.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I had some questions first. Maybe you want to get through the questions. There's a comment in the report that says when we get the eventual plan with the recommendations in it, that it will include a historical summary. And that's really important, I think, for us to have fully under our belt as we're looking at this, how the classes work. I need to be reminded of that every single year. And then the historical patterns, because I've got about a 10-year gap there. I'm wondering if it's possible that as the report is prepared, because we're going to get it kind of late for the budget process, is it possible to, because that's information only, to give that piece of it in advance so that we can really get historical and sort of the class size, how that works under our belt, so that by the time we're looking at the report, which will be September 24th, we're not asking a bunch of questions about the past. We're really deliberating over the go forward.
Yeah, Councillor, again, I appreciate the opportunity to, first of all, acknowledge the importance of being transparent and detail-orientated and making sure that the board has all the perspectives necessary in their deliberation on what budget moves to City Council for approval. And we'll ensure that's in the report, but importantly, the report will be at this board in the September meeting with a caveat regarding some data metrics, which will not be available for us at that point, but we'll caveat that. It'll be very transparent and clear, and that report will be available to board staff in the weeks before the September board meeting. So we should have plenty of time to have that available, and should there be a concern, we'll of course take it offline and be able to make sure that awareness is there.
Yeah, I don't need to move a motion. I'd leave it as an undertaking. If you understand that the past part, as early as possible,
Yep.
I'll just leave it as an undertaking of the command.
Absolutely.
And as soon as you can provide it, then we're just going to be better at reading the future.
You know, Councillor, and you have my commitment. We'll do everything possible to make sure that our conversations in September and beyond are as informed as they possibly can be.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. That's my question. Yeah.
Thank you. And I'll go back, Mr. Brillinger, you were just in the middle of.
Madam Chair, I have some questions before the motion. Is that okay?
And Councillor Chang, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I too want to thank all the deputations that were made. It takes a lot of time and dedication to show up, and I always say showing up is half the battle, and it was great to hear some diverse perspectives. I want to take this opportunity to ask a few questions that maybe connect some of the deputations to this report. First of all, there was a question about numbers. So when the report comes in September, I'm wondering, will we have budgetary projections in the growth plan? Because I know last year when we went through the budget process, the numbers came at such a late time. It was really hard for people to respond accordingly. So just wondering if numbers will be attached to the interim report in September.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, we will have some numbers, mostly on the delta, on the changes of what each of those scenarios mean to the budget.
Great,
because
thank
we
you.
will be, there's still a lot of work to do to build the 2025 budget. Yeah.
We understand it's a tremendous budget and it takes time, but ballpark numbers really help people understand, especially the annualization of costs, the projected impact on budget. These things will impact our city budget process as well. There was mention by several deputants about randomized patrol, that there are resources being used for randomized patrol. And, I hear from some of my suburban constituents, they wish there was more, police presence in the neighborhood. So it's a kind of a different perspective, I guess. But I always hear that it's actually very rare that there are resources for randomized patrol. So I just wanted to understand, is that a big part of our policing resources right now? Do we have divisions that are dedicated to randomized patrol?
So I appreciate that question, and I really appreciate the opportunity to address, obviously, something that is a concern for deputants and important for Torontonians to know, that we don't do random patrols. That's not how we operationalize our presence in the community. I frankly don't know where that comes from. We operate through what we call directed patrols. And those are actually quite limited given the strain on resources to meet our core service needs. As you know from our last year's budget discussions, we do have a difficult time getting to our core services, which is priority response. So directed patrols would be above and beyond that, and they are not random. We do not do random patrols. We direct our officers to be in particular areas for particular concerns in the community. We ensure that they understand the crime and disorder environment and the traffic environment and the social issues and community concerns in their particular neighborhoods. And we do everything we can to get our response down to the neighborhood level, responsive to the neighborhood. I'll close with this. You've heard me speak of this before, and I'll say it again. We are committed to co-design, co-developing, co-delivering with our communities, our response to the issues that are important to communities. And we really work hard to operationalize that and continue to do so. And we do that through a number of avenues, but one of them is directed patrols.
Thank you, Chief. I have another question that also is regarding the deputations. We heard a lot of people speak about resources spent on policing homeless folks. And I know when I speak to officers in my ward, they are reluctant when they are asked to police the homeless in my neighborhood. They don't really want to be there. We try to bring in streets to homes and other resources, but people in the community, including businesses, when they encounter some situations, they do call upon the police to respond. And so there's a disconnect, I think, between what people want and expect and what is needed by the homeless. But I'm just wondering if you can speak to that about, the role that officers are playing right now in terms of the homeless population and what we are trying to do to perhaps educate the public about other ways to deal with matters that, I guess, create concern for people. And I think most people know 911 and they know the non-emergency line, but they don't know they can call 311 or 211. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to this concern about policing homeless folks.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Chang, I just wanted to speak about our responses as our frontline members. Every day when we do respond, we are making referrals. We're making referrals directly to the city for TCCS. And we also saw that most notably last year when we enhanced our presence in the transit system when we saw an uptick in violence. And, we tracked all our work there, and we were making more referrals than mental health apprehensions or arrests as well. So, we do respond when we can, but again, we are recognizing that the best resources are with the city, and we're tracking those referrals.
I think it's important to highlight when we talk about our response to issues around homelessness. We certainly understand the concerns of the communities that have spoken about this. We as well acknowledge we have our own concerns. We want the best service, the right service at the right time. And we understand that often there's intersectional issues that come together, resulting in a call to police. And to that end, our members are well equipped locally on referral opportunities and ensuring that they're interwoven with other city agencies and local supports to make sure those are brought to bear when the police either can step back from the radio call or have no role at the radio call, that we make sure that we are able to provide some additional support through referrals. But these are often intersecting issues, and we understand the concern of our communities, and quite frankly, we share in that concern. We want the right services at the right time for people who are in need of services, and we're part of that equation.
Yeah, and I think the last thing I'd add is that right from our recruit graduation, we have a community experience program, which is part of the learning prior to our recruits being deployed to their new divisions, and that is being exposed to those community agencies, resources that are directly in the communities that they will be serving as well, so that they know when they are interacting with anybody with, as you said, Chief, with a number of different needs, that they know who to call as well.
Thank you for your answers. And to that end, I'm just wondering, while we make this multi-year hiring plan, is there also how that hiring plan is projected against the hiring plan and growth of TCCS? Because there is a hope that we're implementing citywide by the end of this year, and that, it's not just about setting up the service, it's also about educating the public to see this as an option when they encounter certain situations. So that will take some time. And I'm just wondering, in the multi-year plan, is there a target growth of referrals that we hope to make to TCCS to reduce the need and the burden on our officers with regard to mental health situations?
Through you, Madam Chair. Again, I appreciate that question, Councillor, and the opportunity to unpack what is obviously a discussion that's quite timely and relevant to everybody we heard from today, and relevant to, as I said, our ongoing commitment to not only enable, but to champion and support the work of TCCS. As far as their capacity, quite frankly, I'll leave that to them to report to us on what their growth projection is. But I just want to temper our commitment remains and will continue. But our projections on our multi-year hiring plan are actually very focused on core services and our ability to get to the fundamentals of policing. We will gladly have TCCS take on every single part that they can. We will support that at every turn. But our core services are still in need of being resourced. Our ability to deliver adequate, effective services continues to be a concern, notwithstanding other supports that will come to bear. We attend over 400,000 radio calls. People in crisis amounts to 35,000 or so per year, of which a portion will be taken by TCCS. As the chief, I still have an obligation to attend to the over 370,000 plus calls and ensure we have adequate, effective services, even if we got rid of all crisis calls. And we know from our discussions that's a very complicated bit of work. And it's a complicated bit of work for a number of reasons, not the least of which is capacity of others. And I'll close by just reflecting on the report of the Toronto Auditor General that spoke specifically to some of these issues. And the Auditor General for the City of Toronto stressed that the conversation cannot be a lift and shift. The conversation has been and continues to be about moving, detasking us of things that others can do so we can focus on core services, which right now, I would submit, are not meeting the needs of our communities, and we heard that as well today.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mayor Morley has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I just want to echo thanks for folks who participated here today, and of course to command and staff for bringing this report forward, this draft report. Lily covered off my questions with respect to Councillor Cheng, covered off my questions with respect to how we're engaging with the unhoused population as we navigate this crisis in our city, and we've worked really closely and really well with our local officers in 22 Division as we, work to support encampments and address those and the impacts of them. My question is just specific to the civilian side of the police force. There's not much mention in this current draft report, and I'm just wondering if we can anticipate with the next iteration of it having some more details with respect to any shifts, movements, or details with respect to civilian.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor. Yes, we will have some information on civilians, certainly with the rising workloads that impacts our civilians as well. But the main focus of the report will be on the uniform staffing plan, but there will definitely be a section on civilians.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kostakis.
Mr. Brillinger is very patient.
Yes.
We'll get there.
I'm not forgetting you.
And then it's not a question, it's just part of the discussion piece. I just, again, and I've mentioned this probably 100 times in the last 4 years of the 36 years in the nonprofit sector, and for us to all, obviously in the collaborative work that has happened with our focus tables, with MCITs, and even the TC, CSS, like Denise Campbell, we don't like the abbreviation, it's hard to say, is that this is pilot 2 and that there is, it's fairly new, but there's also that collaborative and the partnerships that are happening do exist, and that we can't just one or the other. We have to look at what each initiative has in its specialty, and that there isn't duplication of services. There's reasons and mandates for each one, and that we are meeting volume demands and the complexity of the issues in our communities. And they are more complex than ever, and especially after COVID as well, for all ages, for all of our populations. We talk about our youth, we talk about our underhoused, we talk about, an underhoused and homelessness. Let's use the words that we need to be using because of the reality of what's happening in our city. And really that these collaborations, there's a difference between collaborating, partnership, and integration. And we are looking at integration as hopefully what's going to be happening when we talk about detasking, and that it has to be efficient and effective and benefits the safety and well-being and health of our community as we move forward because of our growth of our population. And a lot of our folks who are people who are coming from other countries with PTSD, with anxiety, with depression, with other issues that really affect all of us in our communities that we need to be dealing with. So I think it's integral to say that the efforts are there, the intentions are there, and like someone had spoken before, we're probably going about it or have a perception of dealing with it in a different way, but our end goal is the same. And now more than ever, and again, this is, there's great people that are in the city right now that are leading this initiative with skill sets and knowledge who I've worked with in the past too, that will take us to the next levels. And yes, we can't sit here and 36 years later, we're in a full circle because our city has changed and our complexities and our populations and demographics have changed. And we need to be working more cohesively and respectfully together and patiently to get there, where everyone has that voice to do so, especially our community who are living these situations. So that's just Mr. Brillinger.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Kostakis. And back to Mr. Brillinger on. So to sum up, you have a motion, I believe, and
Thank you, Chair Morgan. Again, I want to thank the deputants from all points of view. Very informative and very helpful, certainly to a brand new board member to hear those perspectives. I want to thank command colleagues for your information, also very helpful in this discussion. The equation is extremely complex, that is clear. The stakes are extremely high, that is clear. So I please understand that I have some sense of the complexity and the stakes. I did want to move a motion. Thank you, Chief, for clarifying that the report will address detasking. I simply put forward the motion so that our community colleagues know that that will be a part of the report back. It wasn't specifically identified in the interim report, so I simply want to assure our community colleagues that that will be a part of the report back for September. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Brillinger. So you've moved a seconder, Deputy Mayor Morley. I can't see actually even, but we all have a copy in front of us. Having regard to the discussion took place, and especially I think the Chief's understanding that, Chief, you can deliver on that. May I have a vote? All in favor?
Are we speaking to the report?
No, this is not on the report.
We just want to vote on the motion immediately, and are we going to have speaking to the report at some point? I've asked my questions.
What? I'm sorry.
And Chris spoke. I just wondered if we were going to all speak and then vote, or do you want to vote on the motion and then speak to the report? Is there an opportunity to speak on this item? I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Well, yes. I mean, if there's any residual comments you want to make, I think by asking the boards if there was any questions, that included the report as well as to the deputants and to the command team. So
I'm still struggling to understand that. I'm sorry to keep making procedural points of order.
Okay.
So when I ask questions, am I supposed to make my speech at that time as well? Because I'm used to, we all ask our questions and then we all speak if we want to speak. So is it different than that?
usually the
Which would you
protocol
prefer,
is
I guess what I'm asking.
Everyone has an opportunity to ask questions after the questions, comments. Often, out of respect, sometimes there's a comment attached, and I don't, strictly, I try to get people, give them their individual say. So, but right now, I thought that I'd given people opportunity for questions, but I'd like to go back to the motion. I will come back to you, Councillor Carroll, and if you have anything further you want to ask, I'm really happy to hear from you, but I would really like, I'd like Member Brillinger now to be able to. We had Mr. Brillinger moved the motion. The seconder was Deputy Mayor Morley, and then we're taking a vote. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, that motion has been moved. I understand you want to speak before Deputy. Is that all right with you, Deputy Mayor Morley? You have a motion. Please go ahead, Councillor Carroll.
Oh, you're speaking as well. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to continue to, I didn't want to turn it into a debate, but part of my comments are to do with the detasking motion. Just wanted to speak to the report, and I wanted to speak to some of the community deputations today. I have always understood the issue of detasking and the future hiring board. It is very complex because this, I hate to use a trite expression, but this is a plane that is just always flying. It doesn't stop at some point and then we figure out, okay, as of today, what are we going to change? What are we going to detask? it is always flying. People are coming and going, retiring and coming in to replace, et cetera, et cetera. So there's always that going on, which means that there's a cost attached to training. But with regards to detasking, we can detask, as we have done already, on things like running the lifeguard program and things like running the crossing guard programs and so on and so forth. But at the same time, the city is growing. At the same time, the policing needs are always evolving and changing. We at the moment have a massive toxic drug supply problem in this city. That's a policing need that's sort of apart but connected to the population growth. So I need to make clear that we had that discussion for a long time when we were deliberating over the community's voices immediately following the death of George Floyd and the unfortunate death of Regis Korchinski-Paquette. We had a long discussion about it. And so I want to remind people that council very deliberately did not vote for a motion that said we're going to detask and the dollars are going to be reduced by exactly this much right now. That was a motion before us. Council went another way to say that we'll do essentially what you're hearing today between Mr. Brillinger, between the chief, that we're going to continue to find ways to detask, but it may not result in the dollar for dollar result that you anticipate. Just because the cost of TCCS goes up doesn't mean we can realize exactly the same on the police budget. Going citywide, for instance, cost the city to do that with TCCS in the 2024 budget was $25 million. Money well spent, and it is having impacts in both places, and we hope having impacts on the community. Of course, we're going to look for efficiencies here, but we heard from many deputants, there are population projections, there are needs projections, there are immigration projections, and that creates sometimes a need. And so that's something we have to be mindful of. The other comment I wanted to make, and this is controversial to say, is that I hope that the community will be mindful of what happens when you ask for a certain thing. Community members often call, I'm also a representative in the suburban area. People will call because they're dealing with urban impacts. Shelter hotels, for instance, is an urban impact in my ward that was never there before. So we get people saying, I want the police to be more proactive, be there more often. Shouldn't always be a crisis. Can you guys go over there and proactively figure out what they're doing about the youth in that hotel? And you do that, and the division often responds if they can, and you start doing the proactive stuff, and then you get a call saying, there, you see, there were 2 police cars at the hotel yesterday. Terrible things are happening. No, the thing you asked us to do is happening. Proactively, the division has now gone and created a protocol and is actually working on youth engagement. You asked for that. It just arrived in a squad car. So we have to, dig a little deeper to understand what is going on there. The same is true sometimes when people call and say they're concerned about someone who appears to have been sleeping on the street for the last 3 days. They ask for a call. If a street nurse doesn't arrive there right away, it's possible that the neighborhood police officer will arrive there. And if they're dealing with a person who's in a mental health crisis, by the time the street nurse arrives, they may say, well, the police hassled me, and then a social worker shows up. And so it's not clear when you're helping that person that what actually happened is an officer arrived there, referred them to a social worker, and that's why the social worker showed up. So wherever possible, we've got to find a way in dealing with such a high degree of crisis on our streets and in and around new areas of the city where they weren't before. We've got to continue to try and collaborate. And so we're looking at the detask, but let's also make sure that homelessness services, police, and community members are collaborating on, if we're all going to be involved in this, we might show up in a police car, and it might be for a good reason. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to offer also, I have a motion on this item, and it is just more specific to tee us up for a successful budget conversation this year. So if I could ask staff to place the motion, it's just to direct, for the board to direct Chief to work with staff at the City of Toronto on the funding strategy to support the forthcoming hiring plan. I know naturally as part of the process, there are a lot of staff-to-staff discussions that happen between the CIO's office, COA, yeah, Savina's office and your team with our CFO, and we just want to make sure that that's formalized and a really intentional part of our process as we move into budget season at the City of Toronto. So that's my motion.
I wonder if you would mind before we, have a seconder. I just trying to understand, and it's really to get to yes with what the board directs the chief, what the chief understands. So I just wanted to ask is when you say funding strategy, what do you mean? Because I've been on 2 budget processes, so is it different from the current processes? Like what do you envision, just so that, the chief is clear if we vote in favor of this, that what we're really asking the chief to do?
Thank you for the question. As you mentioned, I think really the goal here is to make sure that we're well positioned to get to yes together, as the city is essentially the sole funder of the Toronto Police Services Board, and it's often a very important conversation when we get to the budget season and we open up those discussions publicly, which we have done in our last round of budget very intentionally under the leadership of Mayor Chow. It's a very open an intentional process where community members are able to come forward and participate, and we would like to be in alignment, as we get to that stage of the process. So, in terms of a strategy, if we're looking at, depending on where we land with direction in terms of staffing up, detasking, whatever that looks like, we expect in September to see dollars and numbers associated with the conversation. And we want to make sure that the CFO and city staff are looped in as early as possible and are able to work directly with the command team as well as board staff, again, to get to alignment and make sure that we have our ducks in a row with respect to funding.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Kostakis has a question.
You just said exactly. If we could see board staff in the motion as well, direct the chief to work with board staff and staff at the City of Toronto, just again, because the chief reports to the board, and we'd like to have that consistency and also just the way the process should be and the involvement of our board staff in order so that the board is always informed as well.
Absolutely. Happy to take that as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And just, Chief, if you don't mind, Deputy Mayor Morley, are you understand what this direction is? I just want us all to be on the same page.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the motion. I understand what we're trying to accomplish. It is something that we, of course, operate within the confines of the CSPA. And I think that's implied there as well, but I just want to say that out loud, that there is a governing statute, of course, that funding is spoken to. So we'll work with city staff and board staff to ensure we're all interconnected properly and there's little surprises or no surprises.
That's the goal.
Thank you, Chief. So I'm happy, Deputy Mayor Morley, to second the motion, and we will take a vote. All in favor? Seeing no opposition, that motion is taken. And just on item number 3, may I just have a motion? We've completed now our deputations and our questions and comments and our motions. May I have a motion to receive? Thank you, Mr. Brilliger, seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. And it's 11:57, so I think it's a good time to break, and we'll see you all back at 1:15. Thank you. Are we ready to continue? Thank you, everyone. We're now on item number 9, which is Toronto Police Services Board annual report from 2023, and we do have a deputation from Derek. Good afternoon. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Chair Morgan. So the word reform is mentioned 19 times in this report. One of those times it says, the board and the service will continue to prioritize policing reform in line with reports and recommendations received over the past several years, as well as the board's strategic plan. So as part of this strategic plan, I recommend this board incorporate into it comments made recently at City Council by City Solicitor Wendy Wahlberg on how bylaws cannot be used as a way of placing a limit on freedom of expression. This is Councillor James Pasternak on May 23rd at City Council. I understand that the city and municipality, it's very troublesome to try and use bylaws to implement bubble zones. City Solicitor Wendy Wahlberg. I would not recommend that. Councillor Pasternak. My understanding was that it'd be very hard to use bylaws to implement what council had asked you to do, City Solicitor. There are certainly other tools available, yes. City Solicitor Wendy Wahlberg to Councillor Matlow regarding safety zones being, quote, a way of limiting speech, and I would strongly advise against implementing any sort of a limit on the freedom of expression. So when she goes back to City Hall, if Jane over there could thank Wendy for saying that for me. And just so we're all clear, this is the city solicitor at the City of Toronto talking. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I would strongly advise against implementing any sort of a limit on the freedom of expression, because it's rather chilly in lockup there at 52 Division. So in this report, it also says, we bid farewell to several dedicated board members who served in 2023 and early 2024. One board member recently left, not listed because he left in November of 2022, is former chair Jim Hart. And I just wanted to, for people that don't know, Jim Hart invited me down to police headquarters here because he wanted to listen to the issues I had with the board at the time. And 2 reforms that he's responsible for, after I told him about what happened with Desmond Cole, courts have said limitation on freedom of expression is physical forms of violence. He's like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna do that from now on. Even if they're not talking on the subject matter, I'm just gonna let them ride it out and finish their 5 minutes. The other one was, after I read all the court case law on the public's right to know, freedom of expression, right to be informed, right to information, he said, yeah, okay, you know what, I'm gonna let, as long as it is on something that is in the report, I'm gonna allow members of the public to ask questions at these board meetings, so.
Thank you, Derek. Any questions? Are there any questions of the service? All right. I wonder if I could have a motion to approve item number 9.
Sorry, Chair.
Hey, go ahead, Councillor Chang. I'm sorry when you're up in a tiny box. I'm not trying to ignore you. Go ahead, please.
No worries, no worries. Thank you. Thank you for this report. I think, you know, people should read about the vast amount of work that our service does. And it is interesting and a little concerning to see some of the trends. So we see quite a few increases from 2022 to 2023. You know, 28% increase in theft under 5,000, 25% increase in fraud, 18% increase in violent crimes. I'm just wondering, what does 2024 year to date look like with respect to all of these different upward trending crimes?
Sorry, are you directing that to the chief, Councillor?
Yes, sorry. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if our director can answer the specifics at a moment's notice, but I'll turn the microphone to him.
I'm just going to bring up a dashboard. I'm going to go to our public safety data portal to answer this question, so I'm just going to bring this up right now. Because we are looking at, as you know in the report, year-end from 2023, so just looking at some of the major crime indicators for this year. It'll just take me one moment to bring that up. For those of you interested, this will be available if you did a Google search, Toronto Police Data. You'd land on our public safety data portal page under the major crime indicators within data analytics. I could tell you that this year so far, assaults, for example, are up 7.5%. That's about 1,000 more than there were this time last year. Auto theft, again, notable major crime indicator, is down just a little bit, about 20% compared with last year, which is quite notable. Break and enters are approximately the same as we had last year. We have 7 more at about 4,000 break and enters. Robberies are up approximately 11%, with 193 more than we had this time last year. That's about 1,800 robberies so far. Sexual violations is up about 20% compared with last year. That's about 2,100 so far this year. And theft overs, 7.4% compared with last year.
Thank you.
I just want to add an additional comment that we will be bringing to the board at a future date some additional community safety indicators that we examine on a regular basis as a command to provide a perspective publicly on where we are on a broader spectrum of things that happen in our communities that would be indicative of community safety and well-being from a policing perspective.
Thank you. And do you see this upward trend between 2022 to 2023, and now we're hearing perhaps some of them continuing to 2024? Is it parallel to the population growth we're also seeing, or are there other factors that are resulting in these fairly significant increases?
I think, Councillor, that's a great question, and I'll turn it to the CIO momentarily to contextualize further. But it's we do know population plays a factor for sure, but there's a multitude of other factors that contribute to the increasing rates of criminality. We're not the only jurisdiction facing challenges in this regard, but we are a city that's growing exponentially, and we are a city that's seeing the workload of the Toronto Police grow. And we see that in our crime stats, we see that in our calls for service, and any number of other metrics. So perhaps CIO, if there's anything to add.
I'd just say that that the after effect of the pandemic, we're still seeing the shockwaves of that in terms of mental health, in terms of impacts on developmental of younger people. We're seeing an increase in gang participation. The chief in his remarks spoke to 14-year-olds picking up guns. That's something that is a troubling trend, and it makes sense to tie that, at least in part, to the pandemic and insecurity, social supports, economic drivers behind that. So no, we are seeing other trends. There is certainly an underlying demographic lift, but there's also other trends that sit on top of that.
And I think there's one example that's easy to cite that shows other factors, and we think of geopolitical events around the world and the strain that's been placed on our great city, given the diversity of our city. With that diversity, which is truly, we believe, our strength, and we wholeheartedly embrace that. With that comes a responsibility on the police service to be able to respond to the impact of world events as they unfold worldwide. They impact our city uniquely, and we can see that in any number of metrics around geopolitical events. For example, this morning, there's a news conference led by the RCMP that we participated in regards to national security matters. And again, that is something that's unique about this city when looked at in comparison to other jurisdictions that isn't always reflected just in the major crime indicators that drive demand.
Thank you. And there's one category that I, was hoping to find. And I'm just wondering, do we have data on domestics? Because we know that, when I did my ride along, one of the officers mentioned that they did trend upwards, I think, during COVID, and that they are happening, and it's very hidden from a lot of people. We declared intimate partner violence an epidemic, and would be great to have further understanding about what that looks like for our officers and what they're seeing.
So again, Councillor, amazing question. And when I referenced that we'll bring community safety indicators to the board, one of the ones we look at weekly is intimate partner violence. We, of course, recognize the nature of that offense, those circumstances, the impact it has on our communities and our families and our loved ones, and the fact that it is an epidemic, and we monitor that on a weekly basis. So when we bring those numbers before the board, you'll see that in that data set.
Thank you. Much appreciated. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Were there any other comments?
Just wanted to quickly do a check-in because I understood we might be at number 9, but based on the line of questioning from my colleague, maybe that was specific to number 10, which is our annual statistical report. So I just wanted to, flag that. Thank you, Chair.
Actually looking at the report. But some of it is in statistics as well, so I think it's kind of overlapping, yeah.
Perfect. It's all good, because at some point, the questions will get asked. So thank you very much, Councillor Chang. Just before, again, we have a motion to approve, I was remiss, and I want to thank Nicole Corrado again. Ms. Corrado, she's always extremely thoughtful and makes poignant and really detailed remarks, so I appreciate her written deputation. So may I have a motion now? We're on number 9. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Vice Chair Katstakis, and all in favor. Now we move to item number 10, please, and we do have a deputation, Derek. And this is the Toronto Police Service 2023 Annual Statistic Report.
By me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied, and doing so is fraud. God bless His Majesty the King. Long live His Majesty the King. If I've ever led Officer Andrew Alechna to believe in any way that I am Her Majesty in an organization, then that would be a mistake, and that I ask him to please forgive me. So one of the meetings that I wasn't able to be here, I was watching, and I just wanted to thank Colin for some comments that he made, that all data has bias. And no matter how much you try and get the bias out of the data, that all data will have bias. So just remember that, because you go on Twitter, you're reading a lot these days about something called bird flu. And when it comes to the Board of Health, Dr. DeVille is more likely to say, oh, everyone has to stay home because of the wastewater, right? So let's look at the data, and the data in the wastewater has bias. So I was on Twitter recently, and I came across this article on True North about a guy named James Hearn, who was arrested by the Toronto Police for filming a police officer. And it took 6 months, but he eventually, I guess this month, got the charges were withdrawn. And I thought, all the people that get arrested by the Toronto Police suddenly have an interest in how many people that really didn't do anything wrong eventually have the Crown ends up dropping or dismissing or staying, in my case, or withdrawing charges. I don't know if there's any data, but like there's a lot of stupid stuff out there that the Toronto Police arrest people for. I mean, you guys will always have my 100% support. You guys deal with the murderers, the rapists, violent assault, carjackings, home invasions now, corrupt politicians, if there's any out there. But there should be, we got all the data on all the people that were arrested and charged. There should be data on how many of those charges were deemed by the Crown to be like frivolous and spurious and vexatious. And also, does the Toronto Police keep track of any statistics regarding the criminal code crime of obstruct? Because I don't recall obstruction being thrown around as much as I see it today. Like, I think David Menzies of the Rebel News has dealt with that. There's things called cop auditors out there with video cameras following you guys. I mean, who knew? A couple of them have been threatened, I've seen, with obstruction. Walk for Israel, the U of T encampment clearings, the Toronto Police just kind of arbitrarily put out there that obstruction is a criminal code offense. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, yeah, but like how? Like, what's the context? You just can't go around threatening people with obstruction, because that faces up to almost 2 years in jail, right?
Thank you. Are any questions of Derek? No? And are there any questions board members would like to direct towards the service? Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, there's a staffing piece that it shows up in the stats here. It's helpful to have the dashboard here. I wish I had this last year. But there's a piece in our staffing complement over the years. There used to be this big chunk of staff called other. and I used to ask every year, who are these 1,200 people in other? And I note that that's down to 400 now. So I'm wondering if you could remind me 400 or 500, something like that. Over the years, it dropped significantly. And it really, the difference between 2014 and 23, say, under the heading other, is about the amount by which the total number of staff in the Toronto Police Service, uniform and non-uniform, has gone down. So I'm wondering, what was other? Is there a reclassification there at the same time as we're reducing certain staff? Because I think it will inform what we do as we hire in. What do we have there? Are we creating something yeah.
Okay, so Councillor, I can see from the footnote that a majority of that would be our auxiliary personnel, and they're not paid. They're not paid on our payroll.
They're not.
They're not on our payroll. Auxiliaries.
Okay.
They're not compensated for they're volunteers. But the temporary employees, the part-time, the court officers, they are part of our complement. I'm not really sure why this is separated. This is actually not our chart. We'd have to follow up with the board office.
Yeah, maybe I'll follow up offline because the civilian complement has been more or less constant because been a lot of retirements there. There were a lot of boomers there, so there has been retirements there, and the civilian total complement has remained fairly constant. We have the issues of the officer numbers and whether or not the transformational task force went too low, that sort of thing. But there was always this 1,200 to 1,300 others, and it's down to 400 and something now. So maybe I'll pursue this offline, but it's just something that I note. I think it would help us because you don't want to in further transformation turn around and add it back if it was reduced for intention. Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor, can I ask what page of the report are you looking at?
Well, I'm just looking at the administrative dashboard, which also has, it's on the public safety data portal, but it has total complement, total staff, uniform, civilian, and other. And it used to, many moons ago, it had the same thing. And I used to always ask, okay, who's in other? But I also note for the first time that in my absence, it's that number significantly dropped. So maybe I'll pursue
I can
this
just say there's some detail on that on page 38 of the statistical report.
Within the report, there's a sample of the community safety data portal. That's where I'm looking at these numbers.
Right, but on page 38, there's a more detailed table detailing other staff as auxiliary, temporary, part-time court officers, and part-time employees.
Okay.
And so that's reduced from about 700 in 2019 to about 440 today.
Right, that's correct. So I just want to, maybe I'll talk offline. I want to look at, what were the decisions around reducing that and what was its impact, et cetera. But it's time consuming. I get it.
So I think we absolutely commit to taking it offline, but one example is auxiliary members. For example, pre-pandemic, We had a list of auxiliaries. Post-pandemic, we cleaned up who's actually still engaged in that. And of course, the numbers changed significantly. That's one example.
And so we just haven't, geared that back up again. Okay.
So that's one
okay.
example. But, I think we take it offline to make sure we have a thorough understanding for sure.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Thank you, Chief. And maybe you can make maybe a bullet point wish list so that when you're talking, because, and thank you for raising it, that data probably can be pulled, and maybe some of the explanations you asked for, so thank you. Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. You don't have a question, you're going to move. Thank you to receive this.
I have questions. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, please, Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking on page 15, crimes against the person, sexual violation, and we see that it has an upward trend happening, but the clearance rate has been quite consistent and not grown with the number of cases reported. And I'm just wondering if someone can speak to that. Is that indicative of a resource problem or the type of sexual violations that maybe are resulting in increased difficulty in clearing?
I'll speak to more on the data and the trends that we see from a table like this. Sexual violations being one example of a type of offense that does get investigated extensively. You'll notice that the clearance rates in years that are further back are higher. And that tends to be because as time progresses, more information about that case becomes known and your likelihood of clearing that case becomes higher. And that's just a factor really of time, knowing information, and the investigation efforts that go into that. So in more recent years, those are just naturally going to be lower. And, broader than that, we do, of course, at the service have, resourcing implications that do pervade across a number of different areas, including these as well. But you'll notice in any of the clearances, years that go further back tend to have higher proportions of clearance compared with years that are more recent.
So just to clarify, in 2025, the clearance rate for 2023 will likely look higher because some of the cases in 2023 will be cleared by 2025. Like it'll take some time to get to that closure of that case. Is that?
That's correct. And you'll see that again in years that go even further back. You can think of historical cases that information comes known much later, witnesses, DNA, etc., bring to light information that wasn't known at the time of the report, and then the clearance rate changes over time.
Mm-hmm. But by percentage, because there's more being reported now versus, let's say, 2020, and it just seems to be going up a little bit. I guess we just haven't allocated parallel growth in terms of staffing to clear those cases. Is that a possibility?
Yes, is the short answer. I mean, we have downsized in a number of places, and the ability to staff up frontline has come at the expense of a number of things. And in one place, we have not replaced resources over the past year the way we the way we frankly need to is in our Specialized Operations Command in the area of detective operations. That is, we've been very laser focused, as you know, on frontline service delivery and supervision in that high risk environment that we have younger and younger police officers working in, answering the emergency calls of Torontonians. And that has been done at the expense of not resourcing other areas, including our detective operations in some areas.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for bringing that clarity. Another question I have is on page 27. We see regarding level 3 and level 4 searches. And it's my understanding that a level 3 search is a strip search. And it's gone up a little bit from between 2022 and 2023. And I'm just wondering, is there a reason for the upward trend? I do see a significant decrease from 2019, which, I think that's a positive step, but just wondering if there's something happening that's resulting in a slight rebound.
I think generally these are prisoners being searched, and I would also note that that's not particularly a large increase. That is the type of variation that you would expect to see. And in addition to that, you will also notice that arrests have gone up proportionately during that same time period. So more arrests, you would expect a level of proportion of that level of search as well.
And it says here that as of 2020, October, that the collection of data would not include the nature of items found. Is there a reason for that?
That's just a system change that we made at that point to capture more detailed information about the items found during that search. So in addition to notebook notations, to actually capture it in the system as well.
That was a function of race-based data, trying to analyze that data and finding inconsistencies in the items found. Needing to tighten up the documentation and rules for that period going forward.
Sorry, just to clarify, are you meaning that we're trying to be more accurate in what we capture? Because what I'm reading here is saying we're no longer capturing it.
We are capturing it, and we amended the rules of how we are capturing it. So as an example, if you find an item, let's say the item was a pair of earrings, it's not an item of concern versus finding a weapon or finding a quantity of narcotics would be an item of concern. So what exactly we were finding and what the implication of that became a question in our stats. So we had to modify the way that we document in order to do that.
But the wording is
The wording may be misleading. You can look at that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And my last questions are regarding the page 54, regulated interactions. I believe this is data around carding that was implemented. So we are no longer carding, but there's certain type of interactions that we now call regulated interactions, and it looks like nothing is happening. It's mostly zeros down the row. And I'm wondering if this lines up with the experience of community members, that if we were to do a survey of community members, would they feel like they have had zero regulated interactions, or is it possible that there are interactions that are in this ballpark that are not being captured?
So,
Go ahead, I think. We've asked this question before.
So the definition of the regulated interactions is very tightly defined. So what we're finding is police services across the board don't tend to use that avenue as it's been tightly defined in law. So we have zero regulated interactions as defined by that nomenclature and that naming. Other services we contact also have zeros. So generally speaking, there's been an avenue that's been created that is not helpful or not used. That doesn't mean that people aren't stopped, that there's investigative detentions or other things that people might feel like it's a carding-like a function, but there are also no carding documentations that are taking place out of that in the way that it used to be done under carding. That process has been discontinued. So a process has been discontinued. The process that was put in place is not utilized, and there may be some bleed out into other practices and processes, which is something that we discuss at the RBDC, the Race-Based Data Collection Community Advisory Panel, and in other contexts about addressing that.
Would it be helpful to have a further conversation on this matter with ARAP? I think for the board to have a conversation with ARAP to better understand from a community perspective what they're experiencing, just because we're not capturing, and because of the very narrow definition, maybe there's something we're missing, is I think something that I'm wondering.
So I think the discussion is a question around metrics of service delivery and service understanding and appreciation of the service and how it's being received by the community, which is, I would say, a slightly wider question than the question of regulated interactions or carding. If we're looking at that as a metric of service delivery, then I think absolutely that makes sense. It makes sense in the context of our consultation groups and the product definition as we're doing it.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you. I already asked that. Anything else? Any other comments? May I have a motion, please, to thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. All in favor? And now we move on to item number 11, which is, I don't see them. It's a report from Chief Demke. It's a body-worn camera annual report, and we do have a deputation from Lubaba Gema. Not here. All right, I'm advised that she was neither here this morning nor this afternoon. So at this point, are there any questions as it related to that report? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, just a couple of questions. I was surprised to see under complaints, it says through a quality control audit, it's come to the attention of PRS that the data for 2023 was not properly captured, leading to inaccuracies in statistical reporting. I'm kind of surprised at that because evidence management and storage was such a big component of the initial rollout of BWC. So I'm wondering what was the problem there, and it does say there's a fix, but I'd love to know a little more about what the fix was.
So in regards to the fix, once that was highlighted, there was a change in the process, and now when any investigations come in involving misconduct or complaints, internal or external, part of our intake process is we actually mark was body-worn camera involved? Is there non-compliance with that body-worn camera? If there is, there's an investigation that would begin right away. Is the member not equipped with body-worn camera? And by that I mean there are certain, our plainclothes members do not have body-worn camera, so that's captured. So we actually capture 9 different functions of body-worn camera that's captured right when a complaint comes in and begins. So moving forward from January of this year, those statistics are being kept accurately.
The statistics. So what's happening with the footage where, because a complaint doesn't necessarily come in the same day of the hours of service. So what are we doing with the footage from day to day to day? Is that being stored?
The footage is being stored, and the footage is being stored for 2 years for all occurrences.
Yes, I saw that's a source of deliberation whether or not the time frame is right. So we're still thinking that through.
The time frame is set based on the complaint's time frame. So you don't want to have a time frame for a complaint to be lodged to expire before or faster than the video footage expires. So that's how we've set the time frame. There isn't a very active discussion on changing that time frame, though it is something that we could review.
Okay, and another question that I had, Madam Chair, through you is the stats around partial recordings. We've got a high degree of complete recordings that are helping in investigations, but there's a stat there that, to me it's significant at 27% and 15%, so there's an improvement this year, but it says that those are only partial recordings where we have footage before and or after the incident. How does a before and after scenario happen?
So that could even be a partial recording in that different officers have not it could be different officers have different cameras on, so not the entire event is captured, because perhaps the plainclothes officer sees one part of the event that wouldn't be captured, but other officers do capture it. And there is also the possibility that there was a disruption in the body-worn recording.
Okay, so partial can mean everybody had their camera on, just wasn't standing in the right direction to meet the complaint. Okay. That, I think, answers all my questions. If I can just...
And just...
I did have one other... Sorry.
Just to clarify, when you had said, just referring to the data being not captured by PRS, by that data, we're talking about the actual statistics, not the data as in the video.
Right.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
Okay. And then last but not least, to make sure that we are in compliance with the policy that was set, I know it was a long deliberation with the community. Compliance statistics are currently compiled through a labor-intensive manual process. There's monthly tracking. So what is how do you check? It's number of checks completed, but it's challenging, and if it's labor-intensive, it's I would assume time-consuming. So what does checking entail?
The checks done at the division, so
number of checks completed, description of non-compliance. What's going on there? Tell me a little bit more about why it's labor-intensive.
Yeah, so for the checks, on each platoon, a supervisor is responsible to check do a random check of each officer.
Okay, so it's random samples.
Just a random sampling. So each officer is subjected to one of those checks during the course of their days on. And it's just it's time consuming in that those auditing it have to watch the entire video.
Oh, okay, so that's not something that's centralized at this point. It's done division by division.
It's done division by division, but perhaps the CIO can correct me, but there is a new SharePoint that has been established across all the divisions and looking to move forward on that.
So I would describe the level of automation on the checks as low, and the level of centralization as relatively low as well. We are looking at, as we've now had this technology on board for a while, how do we automate the checking to a higher degree, and how do we check or use the video itself to help determine which items need to be looked at. So we've talked about post-interaction surveys, flagging videos to be reviewed. We've looked at AI solutions that analyze the video to look at whether there's a conflict or whether there's something that needs to be looked at in that video. We haven't established those yet, and we are having discussions with the vendors around something called My90, which is a feature which could potentially help flag which BWCs should be reviewed, as well as tabulating the reviews and being able to report up on those.
Okay.
So that's a work in progress.
Can I just add one comment, Chair, if I may? And
Please,
I think automation and efficiency in this has to be balanced with the role of a supervisor to look after the people they're directly responsible for. Discipline is generally a little clearer because something bad happened or something allegedly bad happened. But I think the power in all this is really in the coaching, mentorship, and guidance that we'd expect our supervisors to give our members, so that when body-worn camera is reviewed, notwithstanding the fact that 99% of the time the job is done well. But there's always opportunities for us to have a discussion on, hey, think about doing this next time, or maybe you could take it in this direction, or here's this additional thing to think about. And when we look at the demographic of our service and our frontline members, we know we're hiring. We know that 25% is under 5 years service. Automation is going to be something we really embrace and find an efficiency in. But I think we still have to temper that with the role of the sergeant to provide good guidance and mentorship to our frontline service members, and this would be part of their duty still to some degree.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see here that no recordings were released by the service in 2023. We see south of the border, at least, that sometimes the release of the videos can be quite difficult, resulting in sometimes riots. But at the same time, releasing video gives some transparency and accountability. And I see that, part of this is due to our board's policy. And I'm wondering if there is some kind of jurisdictional scan as to what are the norms for releasing video. Are we erring on the side of maybe not releasing it enough, or are we holding to something that is very similar to other police forces across North America?
So I would first say that the North American context is very distinct between Canada and the U.S. Very different privacy laws and empowerment of police services to release those kinds of videos. It is routine in the U.S. to release all body-worn camera footage. It is not in Canada. And we do have in the body-worn camera policy the provision for the chief in the public interest to disclose body-worn camera video, but only in cases where he's entitled to do so, and in many cases where it is a public interest, the SIU or other investigations are locking down that video and do not give us the option of releasing that video. So therefore, we're limited to waiting for an SIU to complete and then potentially releasing video, after which it's really lost its currency. Or the other side of it is more positive stories or heroic actions by our officers or instructional value in some of the videos. And we're still working through trying to develop a policy that will allow us to do more of that release. We are seeing sort of one-off releases by other services of certain videos, but we aren't seeing necessarily an emerging standard on a policy.
Okay, thank you. And I see here that the retention period currently is 2.5 years. And in incidents where, as you know, some cases that work their way through the court system could take longer, do we intentionally keep the data surrounding certain things that we know are moving through the court system, or is that 2.5 years blanket all body-worn camera footage?
No, as soon as something becomes criminally involved, then it is retained indefinitely. And I think we are actually seeing a slightly too high rate of indefinite holds. So we're going to have to work to call that back. I think it's as high as 80%. There's a certain reason to retain video, but it really starts to be just excess storage being used up after a certain period of time.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Any more questions? May I have a motion to receive item number 11? Member Migliori, seconded by Vice Chair Kostakis. All in favor? And then, as I indicated this morning, that we moved item number 2 from the confidential. We do have a presentation. It is by 3, and hopefully you can come forward. It's Connie Dejak, Dr. Candace Monson, and John Reed, the president of the Toronto Police Association. And I don't know if you need a minute just to sort of set up your presentation. We've got Vince who's coming to help you.
Setting up the expectations.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a boomer, so without Vince, I'd be hopeless. And I wonder when you're ready to get started if you could give us a little bit of a brief introduction of both yourselves and your background. And
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really happy to be here.
Welcome.
I want to first acknowledge that Nick Migliori is also our chair of the board at Runnymede Healthcare Centre. And I want to thank thank you. I will take any applause you're willing to give. I also Shelley, I won't say where we last spoke, but anyways, I want to thank you for inviting me here today. Thank all of the board members. Thank Chief Demkew. I did have an opportunity to speak to Chief Demkew, Savina, and Ivy, and I think Brian was in the room as well. Not too long ago, but there's lots that's been happening, and we have agreed to connect in a more meaningful way, I think, in the upcoming months. I want to acknowledge Dr. Candace Munson. She's a superstar. That's the best way to describe Candace. And she has done a tremendous amount of work in the area of PTSD. She'll give you all of her wonderful credentials. And with Metropolitan Toronto University, she is now heading up our clinical team. She's brought us just a fantastic, qualified group of individuals that are going to be guiding us in the clinical area. So thank you, Candace. And I also have one of our partners, we've, for the last 4 to 5 years, have been working very, very closely with the Toronto Police Association. John Reed is here. So John, thank you for taking time out of your day to support. I think it's for moral support. And we've also been working with the Ontario Police Association. As you know, as board members, that the Toronto Police Association is not part of the OPA, but we are also working with the OFA, the Ontario Firefighters Association. So we've been working for 4 to 5 years with the associations, and only recently, I would say in the last year or so, have really been working up through the command as well. As I said to you, my name is Connie. I want to thank the senior commanders who are here, because I'm sure I've touched base with one of you at one point or another, and you've always been very, very available and very willing to guide me when I'm going off the rails a little bit. So thank you so much, in a very kind and loving way. As a CEO of Rehab and Medically Complex Hospital, I had a personal incident that brought me to this point in my life. My husband was a 33-year firefighter with the city of Mississauga who had a critical incident. And as most of you know, if you've had a change in your life and you go out and try to seek assistance, sometimes it's not always there. Or what happens is you very quickly realize that perhaps the care you expected to be there is not there, and it's a little fragmented, or there are gaps in the service. But I thought, as a hospital CEO, it would be no problem for me, as I'm connected within the healthcare community for over 35 years, and it was a real problem for me. My husband did retire, but again, I know that we're fully blessed, and not everybody's able to just leave the job and then retire. He's now, for those of you, so I can finish the story or he'll be disappointed in me, he's doing great. He's running Seneca, program for firefighters, and he has a handicap in golf of 5. So he's doing very well. I want to say that, first and foremost, that perhaps maybe you go through things in life and then your eyes are opened and you realize that things have to change. And we've all had that experience, I think. And so I did take it upon myself to look at, and I am very grateful that I do report to a very open-minded board. And what I realize is that with PTSD, you might refer to it as post-traumatic stress injury or disorder or occupational stress, that, you know, the normal course of action is to walk through, you might go to a mental health facility, you might go to acute care facility. And what I realized after my 6 years of consultation with the rank and file is that a lot of them are hesitant to go into a mental health facility. A lot of them are hesitant to go into an acute care facility. And I'm not saying that that's not, it's a bad thing, but what I'm saying is it exists. And the stigma of going in there did not facilitate the treatment that they require, and so we weren't getting people back to life and back into the job place. So what I did is we went out to the region of Caledon. Oh, he showed me this wonderful area. That's me? Mm-hmm. That's a really good picture of me.
If you say
Sorry.
so yourself.
Yes, I said, I wish I did look like that. What I realized then is the system challenges and There was no dedicated facility that was going to be treating PTSI for first responders. There was long wait times. There were a number of wonderful facilities that existed, but they were private facilities. And I found out in my meeting with the members of OPSU, this was really interesting, that one of the facilities, which is very commonly used and known in a wonderful facility, but it costs their members $20,000 when they're going in to treat the addictions. And quite frankly, we all know as clinicians that it's not always treated on the first admission, so there might be an in and out. That's an expensive ticket, quite honestly. So there was long wait times, there was a lack of continuity in terms of the type of service that was being delivered. And, you know, I always quote Chris Rodriguez, who works at Toronto Fire, the psychologist over there, and he said, Connie, there's a lot of money being made from first responders' misery. And I think that's absolutely true. So what we headed out, what we really stepped out to do is to build a dedicated facility for first responders. And as you know, first responders are defined as police, paramedics, and firefighters. The Ministry of Health then kicked in and said, Connie, we want you to expand your definition. So our definition includes police, fire, paramedics, nurses, physicians, and corrections. So it's a bit of an expansion, but it is a very welcome change as we see similarities. And these are populations that really do have and coexist quite well. So what we're doing is, what we also found out is that simply because you retire, as I said, from personal experience, it doesn't mean that you're not required to continue your treatment or to continue supports. And oftentimes families and first responders are left without anywhere to go. So that was how we began this journey. And the good news to this body of directors is that I'm not here to ask you for money. Yeah, I knew you'd like that when we had that talk about the budget, Chief. I'm not here to really, I had a very wonderful discussion, and we are here today at the request of the mayor with Mayor Chow. She's fully supportive, and we started to talk about the vision, and she was so pleased because the time is right. So we're not here to ask you for money. We're not even here to ask you for an endorsement, but we are here to create an awareness and to tell you that we are here to partner with you. We do need the City of Toronto, and I will identify what we need you for at the end of my presentation. We fought very hard to keep this facility, as I said to Mayor Chow, in the City of Toronto. We did that because of the volumes and the numbers. We look at Toronto Police and the numbers of personnel that they have working. It's over 8,000 people, I believe. I'm sure Chief Demke will correct me, but I believe it's over 8,000, 8,600, I believe. Toronto Fire is up in the 6,000. Paramedic services, 911 operators, all of them. And the second reason we kept it, the outpatient clinic in the City of Toronto, is that for us, we'll be hiring about 77 clinicians. It's a little easier to recruit in the City of Toronto when they're affiliated for physicians and psychologists and medical personnel when we have 11 hospitals down on University Row, you know, and around the downtown core. So that was the reason we kept it in there. We've been enticed by many municipalities offering us land and other things to build, but we kept it in the City of Toronto. And we have, in fact, and that is called Station 3434. It's located at Dundas and Runnymede, very close to our rehab hospital. And it's a beautiful facility. The name was brought about to break down a little bit of the stigma, as you can see. It's going to be, in the first year, we're looking at 100,000 volumes, but Candace will speak to the clinical part of it. It's a 5-story building, and I want to give some credit and kudos to the mayor. Since she's come on board, I have to tell you that we are really moving along in terms of our planning and working with the city. So she immediately recognized the need and has been fully supportive. It's we also recognize as part of the vision, we have 3434, which is an outpatient clinic building, and we'll be treating people on an outpatient basis. And then we have our Caledon Recovery Center, which is located at 27 Kelman Drive in Caledon. It's a one-story building, 40-bed facility. Interesting enough, the region of Peel donated to us 24.7 acres and wanted to be committed to the vision very strongly. So we're not looking for land either, and they are extremely committed to us. It's in a beautiful, here's the first parcel. And I'm also happy to say that given we think the volumes we will have, they've just allocated an additional 14 acres to us as well. So we have a considerable amount of land in which we will be building the treatment for mental health and addictions. We all know that if we do not treat the mental health and addictions, then people will not get better. So this comprehensive vision of virtual care, the addictions piece, and the outpatient support is what we feel is going to have the best results. And with that, because we'll be having the critical mass to look at, and this is where I'm coming to you at the end, we have a research facility that will also be looking at what are best practices, what is best for this population in terms of how do we get people back to work, back to life. That is our key mission. We are a treatment facility. We are not a facility that is coming to you telling you that we're going to be giving recommendations to your wellness units. That's not within our scope. Our scope is to develop a treatment facility that will obviously yield suggestions and a path forward for across Ontario, not simply wellness, but for, I believe, for these different boards across Ontario. We are an Ontario facility, it's not just Toronto, but right now we're focusing on the development in the building, and we think within 2.5 years to 3 years we'll have a member in the bed. This is it in the wintertime. What you see, that mass, that's our land. This is our very prestigious clinical team that Candace, I don't know if you're going to talk about them, but if there are any questions, I'll put the list up there, and if there are any questions, Candace can address them. I guess the two big superstars here on this page is Dr. Candace Munson and Dr. Nick Carlton. And if you're working in the wellness field right now, you will recognize those two names. So they are on board. Our other partner, interesting enough, is the WSIB. WSIB allocated $9.6 million for our planning of our facility. The province of Ontario, I give kudos to the Premier, took this on and really carried it right through and allocated $9.6 million so that we could plan this dedicated facility. And now, shortly, we'll have an announcement. We believe the federal government is on board as well. So we have the region of Peel, we have the province of Ontario, we have the federal government of Canada, and we have the province of Ontario. And I think that is a very impressive list of agencies that come together. They're really not called agencies, but that have come together and say we're in it for the common cause. Did I go into yours now?
I think this starts me.
Okay, so wait, I'm just going to say a couple of things.
No problem.
Sorry about that. What I would say is the vision is very comprehensive, and we are on the verge of, I believe, receiving our approvals from the Ministry of Health. We are a healthcare facility. We are governed by the Ministry of Health. We have submitted our functional program, and what that does is define for us absolutely every body and every space and every office that we will be designing. We have met all of the construction needs, so we're very close to having our approval, stage 2 approval, which is very exciting. This is not a complicated build. There's not a lot of, when I say that, when we're building hospitals, we have a lot of gases, we have a lot of other things that we have to consider, but this is not a complicated build, so I expect it to move through very, very quickly. And here's the ask, what I have of you. You as a board are making decisions that will have impact 2-3 years out. when you're looking at these kinds of decisions, virtual care, around services for your member, I'm here to tell you that we are a public institution that will be providing these to the municipality in partnership. If we do not have, and this is what I did say to Mayor Chow, if we do not have the City of Toronto in partnership, then we should really just pack up and move somewhere else. So we really need the City of Toronto, and we need to better understand what is driving, what is triggering the stress levels, what is triggering the inability to get folks back to work, and what is triggering and what gaps exist when we're trying to treat first responders. It's critical. You know, one of the things, we've broken down some of the stigma things. I will highlight just a couple of things that's very important. We spent a lot of time understanding culture. There's a very different culture within police, fire, paramedics, very different. On 3434, for example, we have a communal kitchen. And that kitchen is to address the culture within the fire service. So if you're getting outpatient treatment, we have a very strong alumni that wants to come back and volunteer. They'll be cooking lunch for you and you can stay. You're going to belong. You're going to have a place to belong. They're going to be doing our wellness checks. They're going to be incorporated into the fabric of what we do. The other thing was, and you know, I was having a discussion with someone about dogs. I don't own a dog, but I do love dogs. And you know, over in Caledon, we heard very clearly that a lot of members who might be an alcoholic, whose family has fallen apart, who's living in his buddy's basement, the only thing he has is his dog. He will not get treatment to leave that dog. He will not leave the dog. We have a kennel in Caledon. We have a kennel, and they will be taken care of by the members who are there. And in fact, we had a private donor to build the kennel, and we've named it after a senior officer who's recently retired from Toronto Police. So we have a kennel. We have, I call it the Ronald McDonald House, but it's a cabin. It's for families. Reunification of families is extremely important to wellness. And so we have where six families can stay with a communal kitchen, or 3 families. Was it 3 families, Ken? 3. I wanted to build 6, but Candace chopped it down. We have 3 families because they're coming in from across Ontario. And that is critical to make sure that it is a seamless delivery of care and meeting the needs of the individual, giving them the right care at the right time in the right place, even if that means starting over again and giving them the right care at the right place in the right time. So that's where we are. I would happily give any additional time to Candace that you may need, because she's extremely knowledgeable. I would love to answer any questions if you have any.
Go ahead. On your presentation, I think Vice Chair Kostakis would like to ask a question.
Hello. Hi, Connie. So it's great to see that when we talk about full circles, and Mr. Brillinger and I have discussed that too with our decades of being in same circles, and yourself being, this is really exciting to see that I was a student back in 1992 and did some work at Runnymede, and I remember you making me go and lick envelopes to send out for a campaign. So we've come a long way. So this is wonderful, and congratulations. Because you're saying, I guess, the guesstimate time of opening 3 years, is there something you can share with us? Is there an application process? What's the process of having people being able to access the service that you can speak to maybe, or is that just being established still?
Well, I think right now we want to build it.
Right.
So, you know, when we build it, there will be a complete pathway, and Candace, maybe you can talk about the referral basis and take that question from a clinical perspective.
I mean, I think the principle is that there's no wrong door, and that we are going to try to provide assessment and the appropriate level of care, as Connie said, depending on what the needs are. So in the slide deck, there's actually a little bit more information about the continuum of care. There's some bubbles that you'll see there, which is the idea that there will be some people who are continuing to work and are trying to hold on, maintain their work, and providing care on an outpatient basis, and then more intensive outpatient, and then for people who might need a more intensive care at Caledon. But I think the idea is to get people in as fast as possible when they're hurting, when they're distressed, to really make a difference and to make that as open and accessible as possible.
And I think that question was more so because systemically, people believe there might be barriers, so having as much information as possible, so that they have that. I mean, the stigma is one level, and then the accessibility piece is another. And I guess when all is said and done, and I'm always thinking 20 sort of ahead as well, for frontline workers too, coming from the nonprofit sector, obviously, and really those support systems, like something like this, because when we talk about 911 responders, we also seem, especially after COVID, we sometimes forget about, our social workers, our others who are frontline, or street outreach workers, et cetera, that discipline.
It's like the Oscars, Lisa. The music starts.
Here we go. See, I stole your guys. And thinking ahead that way too, I think is just phenomenal, because all of us are working together, like we talked about in the beginning of our meetings, that it takes that whole village, and it takes our intertwined. So we have our collaborations, our partnerships, and then our integrated services. So I think it's a phenomenal concept. It's a phenomenal initiative, and something that will help us all to really make our public servants and healthier and contributing back. And even with the WSIB component piece, I think is phenomenal too. And maybe, having those thoughts ahead of time. So thank you very much for everything that you're doing.
Thank you so much. One of the biggest compliments I received was from Mohammed, who is, what's his?
Lakami?
Yes. So when we were having a discussion, he said, Connie, I say this with the utmost respect, but you're an agitator. And you need agitators, because we need to bring about change. And what we did is we took a little sliver of mental health and put it under the rehab umbrella, because most of us understand that if you're going into a rehab hospital, you will get better. And that is what's most important. We want people back to life and back to work. And so if you're going into this rehab hospital, it breaks down the first barrier. The second barrier might be access. The third barrier might be, where's my family, my dog, and the counseling. So, one by one, and we will evolve and we will change. The other big important thing that I have done is we've been working for 5 years, I think, John, with the associations, as I said. What we said to them is both command and associations will have a place at the table, because we feel both brings a very different perspective, an important perspective, but a very different perspective. And we are not the experts in the field as a hospital. We are listening to the members, we are listening to our clients and saying, how can we help you best? On that, I would say thank you so much for your time. We're very excited about it. And Nick, I want to especially thank you as the chair of the board of Runnymede Healthcare Center for championing this. And thank you. Oh, unless there's another question.
I was just going to see, and thank you so much. And what's so really gratifying to learn about, that is, it's not only just, assistance for people going to be rehabilitated after PTSD, but it also, you have a unique kind of product that seems to be specialized and has these added wonderful components like the Ronald McDonald House and abilities for folks to keep animals. Also, you've got locations both in Toronto and outside, so thank you. And over to you, Dr. Monson. I understand you have a bit of a presentation too, or?
Yeah,
no,
I mean, I could say I'll say just a few things that I think are,
okay. And then,
important. I mean, for those of you who maybe don't know Connie, I met her last February. She invited me, and there's no saying no to Connie. So it was such a compelling story, her own personal story, but also the vision that really drew me to be a part of this. And just to say, my day job is at Toronto Metropolitan University, where I'm a professor of clinical psychology. I really think of myself as a clinician who happens to like math. So the idea that we come behind and actually show that what we're doing works, and making sure that people get evidence-based care. So there's a lot of variability in the mental health space. about what people are getting for therapy, for counseling. And what really drew me to be a part of this was the idea of giving people state-of-the-art care for conditions that are actually very treatable, but people are not getting really excellent care in the community. And so I guess just a few things that I would say in that vein, because I do think it's important for us to be sending the message, a couple of messages, which is of all the mental health conditions that you can get, PTSD is really one of the most treatable. And it's not a lifelong pernicious sentence for disability and impairment. And so we really are thinking about it as a disorder or a condition that is really impeded recovery. So what can we do to get people back on the path of health and wellness? And I guess one of the messages, and I could show you this with data, but I won't bore you with data, is that the truth is every single person in this room, if an event is severe enough, you will have symptoms of PTSD. You'll have nightmares, you'll want to avoid certain places, you may not want to talk about it, but over time, most people will recover. And in fact, in North America, about 75% of people have a trauma. And first responders are at particularly high risk for being traumatized and being multiply traumatized. So the idea is for us to, think about what can we do to help people be more robust, knowing that they are going to be traumatized, and improve wellness, but also for those people who do have impediments in the recovery to get them on the right path. This leads us to this graph, and the only reason I'm showing you this graph is that I want to just say most people in the community are prescribed medications for PTSD. What this graph is of many, many studies compiled together to show the effects of the treatment. And the green bars represent talk therapies, like psychosocial therapies. The blue bars represent the somatic, and most of them medication therapy. This is why bigger effects are better, right? So if you're not used to effect sizes, these are like standard deviations worth of change. The thing you should hopefully see is that talk therapy is the first line treatment. And across treatment guidelines worldwide, it's the first line recommended treatment. Cognitive processing therapy, which is a way of looking at the trauma, ways that people may be misconstruing it, essentially, is one of the most effective treatments. And that's the treatment that I'm a co-author on that has been used globally and that we intend to implement at Runnymede. So I think that idea of recovery and getting people back to life, whether that be, valued work, valued volunteering, valued roles in their community and their families is really important. And I just want to show you this because I want to be sensitive to your time. We are thinking about doing a really good assessment intake with no wrong door, giving people feedback about what are the things that you seem to be struggling with, and how do we use your preference about that in order to guide and personalize your care on this continuum of care, knowing that people may step up and step down, but it's also in a milieu or in a surround of virtual support, case management so people don't fall through the cracks. Of course, some people need medication as part of that journey. Also having alumni support and the back to work support and the aftercare. So really comprehensive care that they can receive in a normalizing, non-stigmatizing environment as much as possible. So I think those are the main things that I just would want to convey to this board. I really appreciate you letting us tell you about what we're up to and how we would really want to provide the best care possible to first responders. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Munson, and also Connie. I think the chief wants to make a few comments.
And Madam Chair, when you have a moment, I'd like to ask just one question. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Chang. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this incredible work. It's just amazing to know that our officers will be supported based on the difficult job that they do, and they really deserve this fine and thoughtful level of care. I'm just wondering if there are any, I guess, part of this that will address the culturally diverse needs. We're trying to increase diversity in our workforce, and so by extension, any care that is designed would also require some level of cultural sensitivity.
Yeah, and I think culture in lots of different ways. I think that's a really important point, and Connie can speak more to all of the stakeholders who have provided feedback, but certainly the clinical care will be individualized with consideration of all of the equity, diversity, inclusiveness, and social justice factors at play in designing treatment plans and with regard to the setting, because the treatment setting is really important too in terms of honoring and embracing those differences.
One of the things that was most interesting is when you're dealing with the Ontario Police Association, for example. You know, they represent a number of First Nations. When you're dealing with Toronto, it's simply Toronto, and we sometimes forget that it's a big province, and that's why I keep saying it's a provincial. So they're bringing a very different viewpoint and helping us recognize that there are all kinds of, as you said, the importance of recognizing what is the most effective way to assist a person in the way that they're very accustomed to learning and or absorbing information. And it's why we were very select and very careful when you look at our clinical, I probably glanced over it, you didn't see it, but I think it's in there. Our clinical experts weren't just from Toronto or Ontario, but from across the United States and Canada. And I'm getting calls from, quite honestly, far-reaching communities. Some situations are very sad, but we are going to do the best we can to support them and to make sure that they succeed, because that is part of the provincial mandate. We are going to be the first facility of this type in Canada. Think about that. The first one in Canada, the first research center, the first PTSI Center of Excellence, and it's in Toronto. And I think we should be very proud of that, because we are one of the most diverse cities in the world. I know that's a biased statement, and I have no statistics to support it, but I believe it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morley, you wanted to make a comment or a question?
Just a quick comment of thanks and acknowledgement for this really important work. It's really exciting to be part of a city and a province, you know, as we recover from COVID, and we know how important and invaluable the frontline workers were during that really, really difficult time for everybody, and everyone, you know, had this lawn signs out and lots of great attention to folks, but seeing this kind of really intentional, sustainable, and focused care for these individuals who are serving our cities, our communities every day is really heartening to see, and I'm really excited to see how we can continue to support at the city's end. And I just wanted to pull the thread from my colleague, Councillor Chang, around the approaches to wellness and healing. And it was great to see acupuncture there and how impactful that particular modality is. And just wanting to encourage, as you mentioned, First Nations involvement and how some of the other really impactful healing modalities that exist in different cultures and different spaces that we're just sort of bringing back online into the mainstream conversation, I think can be incredibly powerful, incredibly impactful. And I'm sure you all will continue down that avenue as you continue to stand up this great opportunity. So my thanks to you all.
We really appreciate your support and your kind words. If you look at the Caledon Center, and I really did, you know, go quickly, but in fact, we did copy some of the healing centers, and you look at its design so that there are fire pits in the middle of how it's designed. You know, there are journal rooms, there are gyms, there are all sorts of things that most people, it was a very interesting discussion with the Ministry of Health, who does have, like the city, a capital planning manual. So when I was going in and talking about, some things that are not Candace hammered down to me. We need that gym in there, and so we on Dundas, and we need the communal kitchen, and all these things that are going to reach people, in a different way. That maybe we don't know it all, maybe. So what we need to do is put in as much as we can of what we think works based on. I've been out in the field 6 years now since Tom's accident, and working with the associations who have given me full access to data, information, support, and I understand quite clearly that we're all affected differently, and we all need a little bit of a different approach. And that's how we've planned this. I said to the Ministry of Health, I said, you're not a mental health facility. And I said, that has been in our favor because I'm open to it, and I recognize I don't know how to do it, but I did bring in the experts who do. And that's our philosophy of moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Carroll, you wanted to make a comment or question?
I just wanted to make a comment when we're finished if we're finished the item. I just wanted to thank the chair and the ED really for honoring my request to move this onto the public agenda. This is not something I want to crow about, but I do think it has to be, we have to note that in this same year, I think this is going to end up being a part of history, that in this same year, 2024, after long deliberation, we recognize the because of the line of duty initiative, and now we're recognizing that this is happening. And that's a big deal, and it's all happening in the same year. All of this is such a long time coming, and I think it's really important that be happening with a public light shining on it, because I think it's part of helping remind people that this is work that no one else wants to do. We need officers to go through what they go through. One of the painful things that I've learned, reading up years ago when we first started talking about because of the line of duty idea, was that part of the layering on of this is the desire to end up being in service, helping, is sometimes comes out of having things in your life before you enter service that may have been things that caused PTSD. And that gave the desire to help. And so you then find yourself serving situations that you lived, and so it makes people incredibly vulnerable. And so the fact that we're so engaged in this work now is amazing. I will just say one other thing. When Connie suggested that she had one ask of the city, I thought it was going to be that you help me get a building permit. No. Because
Olivia, Mayor Chow has been very supportive.
I was going to say, not to make light of it, but that can be a pretty stress-inducing situation itself. But knowing that, and the mayor's office is present in the boardroom today, and so knowing that she's on that file, I can honestly say that for once, perhaps the planning process won't be an ordeal all the way through to building permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
I appreciate that, Chair. Thank you. Really, I'd be remiss if I didn't seize the opportunity to tie together a couple threads that you weren't present for this morning. We talked about the right care at the right time for the people we serve this morning in the context of our multi-year hiring plan, in the context of supporting initiatives like TCCS, as well as recognizing the unique role police play in our communities. And we're all committed to that when we face outwards. I think it's really commendable that this initiative is looking at those who serve in the same vein. And I think that's a commitment, I will speak for the command and the senior leadership of this organization, that our leadership is very committed to the well-being of our members. And, the association and service sometimes have different perspectives on different things. The one thing we share a common perspective on is the importance of making sure our people have the opportunity to bring the best version of themselves to work each and every day, recognizing the unique strains they face each and every day. We talked about a multi-year hiring plan and the need to resource this organization a certain way. We know our people are tired. You've heard me speak of this here publicly, and we know that causes stress and strain that is often reflected in their own challenges in their lives and reflected in their own mental health capacity and recovery and the ability, again, to succeed at work each and every day. So I just think, I felt it important to recognize that while we are focused on the service of the public in a particular way, it's equally important for us to focus inwardly on our members who, quite frankly, go towards danger each and every day, doing the best they can under some very challenging circumstances. Let me congratulate you, Connie, Doctor, on this work and this initiative, and I will say publicly today that you have our commitment to integrate these efforts into our strategies, our wellness strategies. We are, as you know, Chair, committed in a number of different ways of advancing our own wellness strategies, but integrating these efforts and the learnings and the ability to participate in the discussions and best practice development is something that we cherish and relish the opportunity to do. So thank you for opening that door, and thank you for your leadership and commitment to the well-being of those who serve.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. I just wanted to sort of, the last comment, thank you so much for your marvelous presentation, kind of picking up at what the chief said. What we've been dealing with all day are topics, to deliver, effective and adequate policing is no easy task. And as the chief elaborated on, that part of that is the getting the right formula so people don't get ill. But after hearing your presentation, I want to say on a personal note, I felt quite uplifted, and having facilities and having initiatives like that, and thank you for your work, it gives me hope, because it means that we do have partnerships in the community that are recognizing kind of the struggle that the chief and other, the fire chief and other folks that are working in the first responder sector. So really, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You need a hug?
Yeah, or a room at one of your facilities.
Thank you.
A little dog. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you. Can I just have a motion to receive that presentation? Thank you, both Deputy Mayor Morley and Vice Chair Kostakis. We're going at this point, and I realize it's a long day, and I appreciate all the patience of all the deputants and all the folks, because we do have a heavy agenda. But we are now going back to item number 18. That was became item number 1, which was the motion by Councillor Carroll. And to make a long story short, we sort of ended on a deferment because there were some areas, not only myself, but I think others wanted just to make sure that there was a robust mandate around the committee. You all have the annotations that do be worked so hard on, and as well we got a little bit of legal input. So at this point in time, if you've had a chance, we can then we'll ask you to raise. We've already had the motion, but it was deferred, and so perhaps, and I believe we had a seconder, but then we deferred. So perhaps should we take a vote, because I think we did already have a mover and a seconder. And it's up on the screen if anybody needs to take a minute. Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the amendments with big thanks to the ED, because these little pieces, these are really just underscoring, because people people were unclear that this was the intention. This really makes it very similar to the HR committee in the Peel Services, the Peel Police Services Board, because it's got those qualifying words there. And there was some concern about confidentiality. That is, of course, important. You know, I've been through similar exercises setting up an HR committee for smaller boards than this, and you have to be very selective about what you can do in public or confidential, but the Act does cover us that anytime you're talking about identifiable individuals or even setting up criteria for performance evals, that's confidential work, and I think the public understands that. But this just allows us to make sure that it stays on track. This is motivated for me largely because so often I join a board, including the first time I joined this board, and some of the work that should be done through HR hasn't been done for 2 years, 3 years, because there's always so much pressing work. And then you get on the board and you say, hey, we haven't done a performance evaluation here. Then you do it, you figure out the compensation, and the next thing you know, you're having to give an interview with the Toronto Sun about why is this person getting such a raise? Because it's a 3-year raise because we didn't get around to doing our HR work. It's just, it's a symptom of a board in any type of realm, be it police or whatever, of having big issues coming at them nonstop. This type of stuff that needs to carry on. Even happened at the hydro board once in a 3-year time span. The things you need to get done for the business of the board just get in the way of doing the nuts and bolts stuff like this. And so this just allows us to commit some members to keeping that on track. Yeah. So thank you so much for the cleanup of the wording. I hope it is seen with the well intentions that I see it as. Thank you.
So thank you. Can we take a vote then, please? All in favor? Right. Oh, sorry, Councillor Chang.
Yes, I raised my hand.
Okay, I'm sorry, because then it was down, and I just want to make sure that, because you may not necessarily have the new document, I was a little bit concerned to make sure you had it in front of you.
I'm looking at it on my screen.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I mean, I think Ms. Akeem was able to, there were, I believe, 2 opposed, Vice Chair Kostakis and Board Member Nick Migliore.
Not opposed. I just wanted to have a little more time.
Yeah. So it's done. No, but we will record that either you deferred a vote or are opposed. That's fine. Okay.
No, are you recording that? We're in favor of now.
We can have a recorded vote.
So we'll go around.
I have no problem with that. All right.
I'm just not requesting it myself.
No.
Go ahead, request it. Yeah.
I was the one that requested it initially.
Are there any opposed? I just want to make sure that, you know.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Yeah. Through the chair, I was only just recalling from this morning if it was still a desire of the,
it's
of
not
the
a
board,
desire
but if
to
not,
record
I
the
think
vote.
we're all good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No,
need.
thank you. We thought it was deferred, but we've brought it back. Council Carroll is persistent.
But for the record, that it wasn't that we did not approve, or I didn't, I could only speak for myself. So with the amendments, and then if we can just, like I had mentioned before, just be cautious of the confidentiality piece and not overstepping on operational, then I don't have an issue with it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kostakis. And that's it. We have a vote. All right. So can I have a motion to approve item number 18 that became item 1 as amended? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Councillor Carroll. All All right, perhaps we can move on, and I believe we are at item number 12. Item number 12. I understood we held this down just before I ask for questions or comments. I just wanted to acknowledge Nicole Corrado, who again did a written deputation as it relates to, and the topic is the inquest into the death of Robert Morfitt, which the materials included the verdict and the recommendations of the jury. Did anyone have questions? I believe I held it down. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I did. I just wondered if the chief wanted to comment on the training pieces, because the report lays out that some of them are recommended. There's still work to be done. It's a little unclear to me. Are we accepting all, and we're highlighting ones that are a challenge, or are we just accepting some? It was a little unclear to me, and probably because I was reading as fast as I could.
Councillor, just to clarify, this is a report from the city solicitor, and we'll be coming back, I understand, in November to comment on this particular
so
city
at that
solicitor.
time you'll give us your best advice.
Correct.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, this report is not ours. It's actually from the city solicitor.
Okay, so we'll wait till then. Can I ask another question then?
Sure.
Because it often happens when it's someone else's take on it. I'm having trouble when I read this report, and I wasn't here when the internal reports would have gone through on the incident, so that may be part of the problem. But it's not clear to me exactly how the incident rolled out here, why it came to become an inquiry in the first place. So I'm wondering if when you report back in November, if you could attach, I'm assuming that you'd probably be reporting confidentially on it because it has implications. So I'm wondering if when you report back, you could attach the original report that came to the board so I can really understand the incident while I'm reading the findings.
I'd expect the report will offer the details you need.
Super. Okay, thank you. That was my only question. I can move the
We can make that available. I believe we did before in the confidential, Doobie. I remember reading it. We'll look for it. Thank you. We'll have a motion to approve. Thank you, Councillor Carroll, seconded by Mr. Brillinger. Moving on to item number 13. This is, again, it is a report from Chief Demke. It's a response to the jury recommendations as they related to the coroner's inquest death of Mr. Douglas Kire. We do have a deputation. It's Nia Singh, who's virtually and also submitted a written deputation.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you to the board for inviting me to make this deputation in response to the report from the chief on the jury recommendations for Mr. Chire. I apologize if you can't hear me properly. Back in November 2023, I suffered a brain bleed stroke, so I'm still in recovery right now. I'm a criminal defense lawyer by practice that has worked with the PACER committee and closely with the chief and the senior members of the Toronto Police. I just want to say this process is very helpful in finding solutions. First of all, my review of the report failed to address the racial bias that was contained in one of the offer's recommendations to detain Mr. Chire. I've prepared a written deputation. However, if I attempt to read it, I think it will distract from the information I want to convey in this deputation. And I'm mindful of the time I have. Also, my cadence is a little bit slower than normal. So Chief Demke, first of all, thank you for acknowledging Mr. Louis March at the beginning of this board meeting. I'll just jump right into it. My concern is that this report fails to address the racial bias held by one of the detectives when he wrote the recommendation to detain Mr. Cherry. And that decision may seem very minuscule on this level, but when you peel back the layers of the inquest, expert testimony from toxicologists stated that the sooner Mr. Cherry got medical attention might have saved his life. The fact that there was a recommendation to hold him in custody, if it went the other way, Mr. Cherry would have potentially been in public and received medical attention sooner than he did while in the Toronto South Detention Center. It's very important that the board recognize that racial bias in policing, yes, it can be addressed with procedures and policies. However, there are sometimes some deep-seated biases that play themselves out in the execution of police duties. They can be the difference between life and death in some circumstances. And the board must find a way to assist the police service in addressing those deep-seated biases and ensuring they do not rear their heads in the execution of police duties. I ask all the board members to please read the written deputation. It is much more detail on what I'm saying right now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, and we do have your written deputation in the materials. I appreciate all your comments. Board members, is there any questions for Mr. Singh? Seeing none, any questions for the service?
Yes, one thing I do want to mention is in the report response, it states that when the jury recommended that police officers have training in writing to make sure that their writing is accurate, it says that it's addressed with policy 01-03. I'd like to know why that policy didn't prevent this recommendation from the officer to detain Mr. Cherry, why it wasn't stopped with that procedure in place. Just to give the board and the viewers an understanding of what the recommendations contained. They contained major assumptions about Mr. Cherry, that he was escaping a country filled with violence, and other things that said he contributed nothing to society, which was absolutely false. The officer made all these statements. You can tell when you read it, they seem to be very racially biased.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I did give you a little bit extra time because I'm really mindful and I really appreciate that you came on, and I wanted to accommodate you, so I made sure we heard everything you said, but we will look at your written submission and review it, and thank you.
Madam Chair, I don't see Mr. Singh's deputation in the package with the deputation, so I don't know, was it sent at a separate time?
I'm going to get you an answer, Councillor Chang, because Ms. Akeem is going to tell you.
Hi, we were asked for an accommodation for this deputation. So I did email it separately yesterday late in the afternoon. So it didn't make to the package because it was submitted after, but board members have it. It was just sent via email.
Thank you, Ms. Kim.
Thank you.
So given no more questions, may I have a motion to approve item number 13, please? Councillor Kostakis, seconded by Nick Migliore. Oh, what? Oh, no, I know you're going to run for the mayor in Wasaga, but yeah.
I'm going to be anything.
See,
It's going to be mayor.
I promoted you, so. Yeah. All in favor? Thank you. Seeing none opposed, please can we go on to item number 14, which is the response to the jury recommendations from the coroner's inquest into the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Ryan. We did have a written submission by... Oh, we did? Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry, apologize. Item number 15, we do have a deputation. It's as it relates to the City Council decision extending the mandate of the city's chief information security officer, Mr. Tate.
This deputation has been moved to virtual.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Tate. Let us know when you're ready to
Hi.
debut. Hi.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. I might be the first deputant to go virtual and in person on the same day. Anyways, I'm here just to share a few insights and thoughts on the cybersecurity part of today's meeting. I actually have a background in IT. I've worked with a lot of IT security individuals and understand that we live in a world right now where there's an increasing amount of threats pertaining to security systems. There's malicious actors, both locally and internationally, that are trying to target institutions, very important institutions. And we can look at one example that really affected Torontonians negatively, which was the ransomware attack against the Toronto Public Library back in November of last year. And that was a devastating attack. Library services were down for several months. They had to rebuild the entire network from scratch. And it happened because simply of an open port on a public facing internet server, which is like the most basic lesson of hardening your security systems, which is making sure all ports are closed. And that was a really devastating attack. And so I just wanted to bring that up as sort of context that if there's an idea that the Toronto Police Service systems are going to be sort of merged or folded into this overarching City of Toronto CISO that's going to be in charge of all these different agencies, just operate with caution. I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I'm saying don't just do it for the sake of doing it, but we should really evaluate the degree of maturity that the Toronto Police Service cybersecurity systems are at right now compared to the City of Toronto. Because when we look at what happened with the library, yes, it was a failure on the part of the library agency in terms of not protecting that port and staying hardened. But to what degree is our internet security maturity at par in the City of Toronto? And is the Toronto Police Service internet security maturity at a higher level than the City of Toronto? So I'm just saying these are things we need to consider and weigh before somebody just says, okay, we are going to merge the Toronto Police Service cybersecurity systems with the Toronto Police. We got to be very careful here because there's attacks and threats every day, and it would be absolutely catastrophic if, God forbid, the TPS computer systems went down for obvious reasons. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. I appreciate your comments. Are there any questions for Mr. Tate? Seeing none, are there any questions for the service? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morley moved the item. Can I have a seconder? Thank you. Vice Chair Costas, all in favor. And then we move on to item number 16, which is a report from Dr. Cannon-Gisser. It's the City Council Decision Infrastructure and Environment Committee, item 13.1. And we do have a number of deputations. Miguel?
Thank you. I am a big supporter of the micromobility plan of the City of Toronto. I am a bike user, a trike user, and these recommendations to the Police Services Board for Education are important before enforcement. One item that is in the motion number 2 is that there is a device that is considered to be forbidden from the city roads, which is the e-scooter. I have a picture of e-scooter here, right here, if you can see it. These are the ones who you are being asked to inform your superintendents, your officers that the city has a problem with them. Now, this new technology has become so popular and is being used everywhere. It's going to be hard to reverse the tide because it's so popular, but at the same time, I want to stress the importance of safety. 6 years ago, this helmet like this saved my life because I have a car accident and I landed on my head, and thankfully the helmet saved me from becoming a vegetable or worse. So I see many times I see young people riding these vehicles without helmets. So I would like to encourage the service if this communication can be done through members of the policing and youth, because they can deal with the youth directly. It can be done through the NCOs. It can be done through the other agencies like the Community Safety Unit, TCAC, or UOT officers, DTC special constables. So to stop the use of e-scooters is not going to end today or tomorrow, but it will take a lot of education before any law or bylaw is done at City Hall, and you will be having the role to implement the enforcement. So I would like to encourage you guys, recommend the use of helmets. It's life-saving. I speak for experience, especially the youth. I don't want to have brain injuries in young people. It's devastating. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Were there any questions for Miguel? Thank you. The next gentleman is Vikas Nath. Good afternoon, Mr. Nath.
Hello. Thank you. My first deputation, so please be kind. I am Vikas, just a common person living in downtown Toronto. The City Council has requested Toronto Police to conduct public education and enforcement blitz on issues concerning micromobility users. I would like to draw the board's attention to the issue of illegal parking on the bike lanes, as it directly impacts the safety of the growing number of micromobility users. One type of transportation experiencing exponential growth in Toronto is cycling. For instance, bike share usage has increased by 30% compared to last year, likely due to unreliable public transit and road congestion. In the absence of car, I exclusively use bike share for work, covering about 20 kilometers every day. That's about 1.5 hours of bicycling. Every day, I encounter 5 to 8 personal and commercial vehicles, and sometimes even police cars with switched off lights parked in bike lanes, with no fear or consequences, and no detour provided to the cyclist. I feel very afraid because sometimes the threats amplifies if the cars also have dark tinted windows and when dooring may suddenly occur. I myself am a victim of dooring, and I carry my helmet everywhere now. I'm afraid. I feel helpless. The onus is on me to first protect myself from illegally parked cars on bike lanes. Then I have to give them the widest possible passage if they have tinted car windows, report them, and then nothing happens until there is a fatality. 2024 is unfortunately becoming the year of bike riders' fatalities. Today, a memorial bike ride is going to happen for a fallen cyclist, which I'm going to go, held at Blue Run Spadina, marking the 5th Toronto cyclist death in 2024. According to the police, she left the bike lane due to an obstruction in the bike lane and was struck by the driver while going into the main street. So there is an upward trend in these incidences, and they're happening even as we talk. But these are preventable. No cyclist should die just because they're going for work or doing household errands. I would like to share ABCs of improving safety, and I hope you will take them with you. A, automatic bike lane parking enforcement cameras, please. More technology. This technology can ensure that vehicles illegally parked in high traffic bike lanes are automatically fined at all times of the day, and there are some consequences for repeat offenders, please. B, boosted fine for tinted windows. As parked vehicles can be monitored for the use of tinted windows, I'm not sure, but maybe the parking police could be empowered to issue citations and warnings and boost fines for the vulnerable road users are not put at risk. Finally, C, citizen-centric reporting. 3 weeks ago, I tweeted a photograph of a fallen tree to the city's 311 account. It was immediately acknowledged, and the crew was able to clear in 15 minutes. But when I reported an illegally parked vehicle on the bike lane, I was asked to call the TPS, and it never went far. So in the end, a simplified citizen-centric reporting would go a long way in improving bike safety. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Nath. Any questions? Thank you so much. And the next deputation is Derek.
So, Chair Morgan, I wanted to thank you first for impartially last month. Chris asked a question on my behalf and getting Savina to answer my question about Barbara McLean. And by the way, where is Savina? Is she okay? She hasn't gone the way of Nadine Spencer. She's still here with us? It's not the same meeting without Savina here. Again, Colin, I need some data. I need some data on how many collisions there are over the course of the year of these maniacs on our sidewalks with scooters and bicycles seemingly trying to kill people, and how many bad injuries are there? Because I was out in Scarborough, kind of near Councillor Carroll's neck of the woods, walking to Bridlewood Mall last week. And I'm walking around the bend, and I see a mother with her toddler in the stroller, and I see the cyclist behind her, just coming like a missile right at her. She doesn't know this, but for whatever reason, she decided to go from this side of the stroller to this side of the stroller. And if it weren't for me just yelling, screaming at her, "Watch your back," and she gives initially this look like I'm being mean to her, right? But within an instant, she feels the whoosh go right back by her head. And she looks at me when she walks by me and she says, thank you. Because she would have been absolutely demolished. And I don't know how, I guess it's not happening that much because otherwise it would be on the front page of the newspaper. But I mean, something has to be done about that. Because one thing I learned, ironically, from my work psychology in the past is bad behavior allowed is bad behavior condoned, is bad behavior encouraged. And there's nothing really being said about it. I mean, every once in a while you hear someone like Brian Lilly say something about this. So one of these cop auditors, ironically, I think is Auditing Canada guy, he was talking to a police officer who told him, I could give you a ticket for riding on the sidewalk. But I had a conversation 2 years ago at Young Eglinton Center with 253 Division officers who said, yeah, we see your point, but there's not much we can do. So I wanted to know, hopefully this is a valid enough question. I wanted to know, is it true what this officer said to the Auditing Canada guy? Is there a bylaw that the City of Toronto has that says riding your bicycle on the sidewalk is illegal? And in terms of a educational blitz awareness ad, I think it'd just be great if someone came out with some blunt language and just told someone straight out to just get the fuck off the sidewalk. That's the only way that people are going to get the message.
Any questions of Derek? And with respect to the command team, I'll ask the question because I don't know the answer. Is it an offense to ride a bicycle on a sidewalk? I mean, there's lots on the sidewalk. We've all had that experience.
So I can actually speak to micro-mobility devices as well. We are conducting enforcement because, riding on a sidewalk is prohibited. So we've done some education with our members around that when we've seen an uptick in these types of devices of what devices are considered legal and which ones are prohibited and where in the city you can ride them. And the motion, I know, is around us collaborating with the city on the messaging around both educating and enforcing. Because I know we heard from Mr. Avila, that obviously we're seeing a large uptick in those devices, but they have to be ridden appropriately as well, considering pedestrians and other users of bike lanes and whatnot.
Thank you, Deputy Pogue. May I have a motion to approve item number 60?
I have some
Oh, I'm
questions.
sorry,
Yeah,
Cal.
thanks. I just want to deepen that question a little bit, because we're in this gray area, and I'm wondering if I don't know if it's a moving violation large enough that it's more of a police matter or a bylaw matter, but we're in this gray area, and we keep grappling with this at the city because it feels like the Ontario Highway Traffic Act is almost silent on e-scooters and e-bikes because they're conducting this pilot, and it is creating a lot of tension for us because there are these vehicle for hire pilots going on in Brampton, in I can't remember which municipalities of Durham, but spread around the GTA there are those taking part. We chose not to take part because we're kind of a we're kind of a boon to the private sector guys who want to run these rental services, and we want the laws in place before we're doing it. But while they're doing this pilot, is it true that the province essentially has no rules on e-scooters? Are we stuck there, or can we enforce getting them off sidewalks?
No, we are enforcing getting them off sidewalks, and because the city opted out of the pilot, they in fact cannot be ridden anywhere in the city. Bike lanes, roadways, or sidewalks, maybe a park. This is a city-led campaign with transportation services that we are providing our input on as well. Now, we just learned yesterday that the city actually has paused the work with respect to the education and enforcement campaign, just because they are looking to further engage other stakeholders like food delivery, couriers. Like, there's a number of people that they have to bring to the table, and there's also some sensitivities around what we heard from our previous deputation about some of the deaths that have occurred in the city as well. So we are prepared, and we are already collaborating with the city on it. We have been working on some internal messaging and training for our members, but recognizing that the city has paused, we want to make sure that whatever we put out to our members is aligned with the city as well.
Right. So that's my follow-up question, is while we're waiting, what worries us is that the pilot will end, and then boom, here come the recommendations of the province. Has the police service or indeed the board made any sort of proactive requests? I know that one has gone from the city because I added it to the list, but we sent a list of, if you are going to make regulation or make an amendment to the Highway Traffic Act that speaks to e-scooters and e-bikes, could you include that they have to wear helmets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Has that happened from a police service perspective or a police board perspective, or are we waiting to collaborate? Because if we are, then our recommendation to just refer the whole thing to the chief and let him take the next steps related to what you've already done makes sense, but have we made requests here?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Staff Superintendent Baus, who previously was leading traffic services, to answer.
Good afternoon. We definitely recently, as up to about a month and a half ago, met with the Ministry of Transportation, and they did take us through a slide deck that spoke to some of their recommendations. And at that meeting, we talked about, even licensing potentially. We talked about, they had 3 categories for micromobility, and we said that's challenging for us on the road to kind of identify, so which one are we actually dealing with? So we asked for maybe some alignment in their categories, and we spoke to, licensing, helmets, and a bunch of things. So they took that away from the meeting, and I don't believe, as far as I know, there's been an update since that. But we definitely always work with Toronto Transportation in that messaging and make sure they know what we've kind of asked for, because they do reach out and get our feedback every time the ministry through the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police Traffic Committee.
Okay, okay.
Can I just add, Councillor, and I think it's an important nuance, advocating for legal reform as a result of the Mornin report is something that is done through the board, what we've done before, and I think what we're driving at here, there's one thing to be consulted, there's another thing to advocate. Yeah. And if advocacy is something the board would like to direct the chief to consider doing, then of course that requires some form of direction, given the Morden recommendations. So I just flagged that because we've done that on bail reform and other issues, that the chief does it with the board, and typically, as you indicated, the board may delegate it to me to do for the service.
Okay, okay. Those are my questions. I'll comment when we get to comments. Thanks.
Anyone else for questions? Lily, I don't see the little yellow hand, so you're good. Okay, so comments on this?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to say I'm very happy with the answers, that there is this ongoing attention to it. I now speak from experience. Being lobbied by one of the e-scooter for hire groups, a number of us got a chance to ride one in the hallway of the second floor of City Hall, not in traffic, but I went to a picnic with a large group in an area where the pilot is going on. And the first thing that happened, it was a novelty for the kids that were there from Toronto. What are those? And so, of course, few parents got them. And what I discovered is it is hard to ride one of these on a sidewalk. It's extremely hard. I don't know. I know that people sometimes don't feel safe, but it's just common sense harder to control them on the sidewalk than it is in a decent lane where they don't have to worry about people walking and don't have to worry about the fact that sidewalks very often have very unfinished edges. They don't have raised curbs. They just fall off into grass, which is not good. And so I'm more adamant than ever that through every available portal, we've got to be advocating in Ontario that these things have to require helmet use. They are incredibly dangerous. I was kind of shocked at how fast I could make that thing go. There perhaps should also be an age limit on how old you have to be to ride it, an upper and lower age. I probably shouldn't have been on that thing, but it turns out that they go a lot faster than the salesman saying, this would be a fun little pilot and don't worry about a thing. And so I'm satisfied with the answers that there's ongoing collaboration going on here, but I just want to make a note that I stand ready as a board. If you need a firm recommendation from this board that we demand helmet regulation to go along with these new electrical micromobility devices, we'll layer it in there when the time comes. Thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve item number 16? Thank you. Councillor Carroll, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley. Moving on to item number 17, 1 through 4, we have a written deputation from Nicole Corrado. And thank you again, Ms. Corrado, for your comments. We also have an in-person, Oyeyinka Oyelo. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing. Doesn't seem to be here. So since we don't have any deputants present, would any of the board members like to ask any questions as it relates to these, to the service? The reports 17, 1 through 4? No? Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. Deputy Mayor Morley indicated that she was prepared to move. May I have a seconder? Mr. Brillinger, all in favor? And that completes our matters in the public meeting. We dealt with number 18. At this time, I'd like to conclude the public portion of this meeting, and I move the following motion. Toronto Police Services Board adjourned to the public portion. We will now move in camera to discuss the following subject matters in accordance with Section 44(2) of the Community Safety and Policing Act, and they are the following matters: the chief's verbal updates, confidential operational updates, investigative matters, operational needs, board's updates on HR and legal matters. May I have a mover to adjourn, please? Councillor Costa. Oh, sorry. I'll be calling you mayor soon. Vice Chair Kostakis, seconded by, yes, Chris Brillinger. Thank you. All in favor, and we'll adjourn. Thank you. Next meeting is September 12th, 2024. There you go.